flexibility when it makes sense and we can approved. I think that because it was going from.
Morning people, big morning people.
We can do this.
Don't stay up until 2 a.m.
And be fine with it.
Oh,
Well,
is that all?
I wanna do whatever. Well, I would have kept going, but I knew I had this. So
Yes, I'm sure. It's,
Don Taco for lunch,
Okay.
provided by the district today, so
Okay, I will tell
somebody will have to.
What
go
time?
Pick that up.
Whenever you are.
Let's roll.
Okay, when you had called, you'd asked, how we thought today would go. And I feel like as long as we're able to, get some agreements, whether it's to agree to go forward or agree to put something aside, I think we may be able to finish today, everything except for potentially language.
All right, great.
I'm ready.
Does not hurt my feelings.
That's a win-win. for
Yes, it
everybody,
is.
right?
Yeah, hopefully. So where do we want to begin?
Oh, go ahead. I was going to ask, based on how we finished last time in my conversation with Michael, in order for us to finish today, it would be imperative for us to get those proposals on some of those items. I'm also aware now that there was a survey completed that we would like to hear the feedback on that survey at some point pretty early on, because that could determine some of these other things as well, based on those responses and what conversation that we have moving forward. So
We would like to start with our leave proposal, and then we have our supplemental proposal.
Perfect,
I
'cause
cannot
those are
talk.
kind of the big two that we hadn't had any conversation on, so I appreciate that.
Whenever
We're
you're
gonna
ready.
turn it over to Andrea, because she's the lady with all of it.
All right. With leave, we had noticed in our letter that we wanted to revisit Article 17 as a whole. So that begins on page 46 of the negotiated agreement.
Angie, where do you want me to, where do you want me to do the notes for this? Like,
So-
just keep
Go
adding
to,
to?
yes, I'm sorry, let me help you out.
Whatever's easier for you, if you want to do it in a document and you can copy and paste it over. Or
Yes, let's do that, because that would be a lot easier. Oh, that's spelling. I'm gonna do that.
Andrea, what
Okay.
did you say?
Page 46.
Thank you.
So the first thing we would like to ask is that, I know a few years ago when we restructured the leave policy, we went to a 5/7 split with the leave. For the 12 days, we would ask that just roll over to all discretionary leave. So instead of the split between 5 and 7, it just all 12 days be discretionary leave.
And you made this change, this was just last year? You went
2
to-
years
2
ago.
years ago.
So we had 2 years that, I think it said that we would track for the, whatever, the 23, 24, and 24, 25 school year.
Okay, anything else on that?
All right, then the next thing under, the ability to pay back upon retirement on page 47. We did have it paying at a rate of $75. We would like to increase that to $125 for each day, so that it matches the $125 that teachers get paid back at the end of the year, in that paragraph right above the bulleted points. And then we'd like to change the percents instead of 25, 50, and 100 at the bottom of that section. We'd like it to be 50% for 10 to 19 years, 75% for 20 to 29 years, and then the 100% would stay the same.
Say again, the 10 to 19 would be what?
50%,
Okay,
20 to 29 would be 75%, and 30 or more would be 100%.
going to 125 from 75, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
And John, I don't know if you see this in the schools that you represent, but talking to some of the schools here in Southwest, the ones that have a universal leave or a permissive leave or a discretionary leave or whatever, those ones that do that and then marry that to a leave buyback, particularly a good leave buyback system, have less abuse of leave than the districts like, say, Liberal, for example, which doesn't reimburse any kind of leave. And so what they see is their veteran teachers that are about to retire or that know they're going to move, they burn through their leave. And so they're taking every Friday off, every Monday off, just because that's a paid benefit from the district. It's a part of your employment, so they're going to use it. And the leave buyback kind of gives them that incentive not to take that leave.
Okay.
Do you see the same thing in the schools that you work with?
Yeah, I've seen some. I again, a portion of their daily rate is sometimes, not their full daily rate is what they get. Number of days, yeah, I've seen different versions of that. But I think there's some concern about going to all discretionary just because of, I think, they made the adjustment, you made the adjustment here a couple years ago to go to the 5 and 7. And it seems to balance out and still allows for 5 personal days. And the sick leave, I think, is something I think at this time the board is still interested in keeping, but we'll certainly look at it and talk about it. So.
Leave thing. So then on page 50 is the leave thing. So changes that I would like to see would be just at the second bulleted point where it says the bank. So I would like to, instead of at the beginning of the 23-24 school year, I would like it to say the beginning of each school year, and instead of 100 days, add 150 days, because the Board of Education was Prior to the changes, they were adding 150 days to the bank. We agreed to 100 just to get it started. And I have kind of looked back at the data. But previously in 22-23, the board donated 150 days and they paid a max of 10 days at 75%. And now we're paying some up to 20 days at 100% of their rate. So I feel like this is kind of a good recruitment and retention tool for our people. So if the board was already donating 150 days, going back to 150 days would still be within the realm of acceptable, since we are giving them 10 additional days at their full pay. And I know that when we wrote this policy up, previously, teachers weren't donating any days. And now if they want to be able to receive days, they have to donate a day. And I do feel like it's been a good thing, but I think the board needs to continue to help with the donation of days. Because we've talked a lot over the last several years about making sure the policies we're putting in place are sustainable for both sides. And I think based on the first year we did this, we had 233 total days, or 258 days is what we used in the first year. And then in the second year, 350 days is what we had. And I know the board gave 100 both years, but in order for this to really continue to be sustainable, because the first year we'd helped 15 employees, and then in the second year, I think we're up to 19 that we helped. So I think we're gonna continue to help people, which is the whole point of this. But I would hate for us to sell ourselves short.
Okay. So the proposal is to go to 150 days.
150 days each year.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
The other thing that we would ask is something that was not brought up the first time we looked at this. I know we just did an open call for days in May, and we have that set to happen in December and May. The first year we did it in December, forgot in May. This year we forgot in December, but remembered in May. It's a learning process for all of us on both sides. But we would like, so we know there are teachers in the district who are at their max of, is it 105 days? Is how much they can keep. But then when they get their 12 days in August, they're already at that 105. So letting those days that would have been forfeited anyways roll over to the bank. And in exchange for allowing those to automatically be sent, we would propose that the boards plus that automatic rolled over amount would be capped at 250 days. Does that make sense?
Tell me about the rollover. You're talking about the days in the sick leave bank that continue to roll over, or what?
Okay, say again.
The rollover, you're rolling over. What?
Okay, so what I was talking about with rollover, so say a person's been in the district 20 years, they're already at 105 days, which is the max they can accrue. They get 12 additional days in August when they start their new contract. Instead of those 12 days being forfeited, they roll over to the bank.
Okay.
And that reduces the burden on everyone on both sides that have to donate to it. And then the cap would help with the sustainability piece.
Okay. So this is for folks who are at 105, basically. Now, the 12 days just
Right.
go away, then there's no,
Right, they just stay at 105.
okay.
So would you propose that you remove the open donation periods in December and May, or leave them?
That would still be part of it, because even if the district is making a donation to kind of build to that 250 to have that safety bubble, it would still, in some years, depending on how many people are close to retirement versus how many people are new, it would still take some teacher donations to be able to make that bank solid.
I would be okay with taking the December one out. We didn't seem to have a lot donated when we did the December one. The May one, I feel like people were a little more, and we kept it open until the last school day this year. So people were a little more aware of what their situation was going to be, if they were leaving the district or not leaving the district.
Is there a cap on the bank now, or no? There's not.
I don't think there is.
Were there any proposed changes to the, since we're at 100 days now for one thing, also there's the call for days at when it gets below 100. So does that remain is at 100 for when there's less than 100 days, there's a call for additional days?
It would make sense to leave that in, because the whole point is to make sure that it is always solvent.
You're not raising that to something higher, leave it at 100.
Unless that became part of the negotiation.
I just was trying to see if there's any other ripple effect of days that are listed in here.
Well, and again, we'll definitely have to take a deeper look into the whole provision, because when we originally put it in place, the goal was that there was some stake in the game on both sides, and that the sustainability of it continued to have some of that stake in the game. And from what I'm hearing, it seems like we want to keep the provisions that are there for one side, but revert back to the board providing the majority of the days. Because there was a provision that if a call for days has to occur, the board will add days as well when that happens, as opposed to just putting them there up front. And so it's like we're reverting one piece of it back to where we were at, but trying to keep the other pieces that were negotiated. So we'll have to put some thought into the best way to go about that, just FYI.
Well, I would also like us to remember that we did increase from giving 10 days to up to 20 days.
And that was part of why we did it this way. That's what I'm saying. Like, in order to increase from 7.5 to 20, we wanted there to be some stake in the game on both sides. So it's not just, because otherwise we could just say, hey, the board's gonna put in 300 days and anybody can get 20 days whenever they want to. The board wanted there to be some stake in the game from both sides when this was developed.
The side still wants that stake in the game. There's no request to remove the requirement to kind of pay to play.
But if the board has to put in that number of days every year, the fact of the matter is you would pay to play one time, and then there would really be no necessity for anybody to ever have to put another day in, is kind of where we're getting. And again, I'm not saying that's where we're at, but that's why we will have to take a deep look into what's being asked for and make sure that there's still going to be a little bit of stake in the game when those calls for days are made, or how those calls for days are made, or how many days are added every year by the board, because it was intended to be a back and forth along the way, not the board's going to make this so sustainable that once you put in a day one time, there's never a call for days needed. That wasn't the intention when it was bargained that way.
Well, just so we're clear on the stake in the game, teachers have donated 239.5 days this year, and the board donated 100. So we're outpacing what the board put in by double. So that's why even the increase to 150 would be.
And that's why the board allowed for there to be an increase from 7.5 to 20, because it wasn't going to be the board having to sustain all the way up to that 20. We knew that there was going to have to be more days put in by the teachers at that point in time. And again, all I'm doing is saying we will have to probably caucus at some point and discuss some of these things just to make sure that we're on the same page.
Did you say 239?
239.5 is what teachers have donated, and the board donated.
And that was this year?
That was this year.
Does that include the carryover from last year?
No, that does not include the carryover from last year. We had 159 days donated in the open call in August. We had 80.5 days donated just now in May with our open call, so that adds up to 239.5 days by the teachers. And the
So
board did 100. I'm just.
how many of those days were donated by people that are leaving the district?
Right, which they could still do.
But that's what, how many of them were?
I just got the number, because that was handled by your office.
I can get that information, because I would be interested in knowing how many of those days were donated by people staying versus people leaving the district.
I'm not sure. I feel like these numbers are showing that teachers are having a stake in the game, and we're not asking, the increase from 100 to 150 would still be within the realm of, we're not asking for teachers never to donate, but I just know based on how many days we've used over the last couple of years, in order for this to be sustainable.
I get it. And again, that's why when it was negotiated, it was allowed to be moved from 7.5 to 20. And we would have to consider whether it needs to stay at 20 at that point.
I feel like if we're going to say you have the ability to ask for up to 20 days, which gets people to almost 6 weeks of leave in most cases, for FMLA situations, or bereavement is also listed in there. If the board's not willing to consider or continue to make that happen, then we can revert back to the 7.5 days.
Thank you.
So currently, you can use 7.5 out of it.
We did, and then 2 years ago, we switched to this
Okay.
system. And we said we'd see how it went for 2 years, and then we would
Went to 20.
reevaluate.
That's when you went
Right.
to 20.
Right, we increased from 7.5 to 20. And not everybody got a blanket 20 days. The average was 15 days, was what we gave. Some people only took 2 or 3 days, some people took a full 20.
And I do want to, I want to say this publicly, that I appreciate Andrea and her involvement in this lead bank, because even she asked some questions at times from the perspective of, why are we just giving a blanket 20 days to everyone? We need to have some more conversation and consider. And so we learned, as she said, as we went through that process, what information can be shared, can't be shared? How do we have enough information to make a decision without sharing too much information on personal situations? And we really worked through trying to make sure that we were staying consistent with how those days were being utilized across the board. And she was a big part of that. And the questions that she was asking along the way really helped get us to where we're at in the operation of the plan, which I would say is working very, very well. I would not want to see this thing go away per se based on what it is. We just have to look at what's being asked for and make sure it makes sense from the perspective.
Okay, any other questions on what they
Anything else on
shared,
the leave besides that, Andrea?
I think based on, whatever we decide, we can, on page 53, number 4, that whole paragraph can probably be eliminated because it said that we would revisit this negotiation cycle, so. Just in an effort to keep things cleaned up.
number 4 at the bottom there, I saw.
Yeah, 53 and then it goes over to 54.
Okay. Anything else that you have on that?
Not on leave.
Okay.
I think the next thing was the supplemental salaries.
Starting on page 18 or prior to that, Andrea?
This isn't mine. I was leave.
So this was actually Johnny, who is sick with an ear infection, right?
Ooh.
So I'm trying to find,
So I guess the actual language starts on 16. Is there anything?
okay.
Are you going to put an actual proposal in the drive?
I'm trying to find this right here and get it. Do I download it? What do I do?
You
Because-
could file, save as a PDF.
Okay, so, and then I can submit that
Right.
too. Okay, so, yeah, what were you gonna say?
Nothing.
Okay.
Now, the form that she's gonna plug into the drive is the one that Johnny made, and it
It's
is,
baby.
yeah, it did say really small. It is kind of formulated, and it's very kind of,
It's broad.
yeah, it's broad-based, it's generic, and it is, like, we have a workable version where you can plug and play numbers, and it will auto-format. For whatever reason, saving it as a PDF, it makes it look like a big scary spreadsheet. All it is a plug and play, just like everybody uses when figuring out a budget thing. And so on the key points on that were,
It's there.
the first and foremost was to marry the supplemental salary to the general salary. Yes,
I'm not sure where the drive is.
It's on, it's Google Drive, just the DCNEA, not DCNEA, negotiations 2025.
shared drive.
It's a itty bitty little sheet, sorry.
And it looks like this one with the orange. You, make sure that.
So when looking at it, what Johnny determined is that not only have we fallen behind, way behind the rate of inflation for our supplemental salaries, we are also competitively behind our competitive districts. And in terms of supplemental salaries, which probably makes it a little bit difficult for HR to hire competitively with coaching, or HR and your ADs. So that was one part of it, and that was why he had suggested linking it to the lowest rate of pay on the general salary schedule. Also talked about the adjustment for longevity within the position, and that would include both in-house and out-of-house. So if, say, for example, you wanted a Steel Liberals football coach, you would honor his experience as a head football coach at the high school level. But if, say, for example, you wanted to promote a middle school football coach to a high school, you would not honor that experience because it's not at the same level. You know, if somebody is, say, they're the head of KISA in a different district, maybe they call it something else. Maybe they call it STAR, maybe they call it Early Riser, whatever the case may be. As long as it's the same position, you would honor that experience as they come in, just like you would a teacher's experience coming from one district to another. The next point of that, the addition of, and we briefly talked about this, the addition of teaching assignments during plan time and teaching during a 0 hour as a contracted supplemental, similar to KISA, similar to a athletic coach or activities coach.
So is that added on here somewhere?
That's not in that,
No.
that's in the marrying it to the base.
Yeah, and that's something that if we can agree to do it, we just need to iron out the language. So, and then the addition of a PLC and team leads, we talked about that at the last meeting,
Not addition.
or not addition, but sorry, the addition in income on those positions for the supplemental. And we do have proposal numbers for that now. The PLC, to change it from, to change the tiers, currently the tiers are based on the number of people attending the meeting, and we would propose change that to the number of required meetings that the team lead must facilitate and that they must attend. And then, so like right now, it's just based on numbers. If I'm gonna have, 6 to 10 people, it pays me X amount of dollars. If I'm gonna have 2 to 4 people, it pays me X amount of dollars. So instead of the
So
number
we're
of
on
people.
letter F on page 21. Is that accurate? And you're saying that as opposed to the number of people on the team or in the department, the proposal is based on the number of meetings?
Right. So, yeah, and the reason for that is the number of people in the meeting doesn't impact the hours and amounts of work. But the number of meetings you have will impact the hours and amounts of work. So it would make more sense to marry it to that than the number of people in the meeting.
So give me the proposed numbers.
I was about to get to that.
Thank you.
So 3 to 4 people, $2,000 is currently, and we want to change that to, the numbers are different in that. We want to go for that tier, the one that is currently 3 to 4 people. We want to change it from 3 to 4 people to 1 meeting per week and change the rate on that to $2,000. For the one that is currently 6 to 9 people, we would like to change that from 6 to 9 people to 2 meetings per week at $3,000. If I'm going too fast, tell me and I'll slow down.
I'm trying to get it where I can copy what we've said.
Okay.
And I just was in the wrong document, so.
Was the first meeting, the one meeting per week was 1,000? 2,000.
Yep. So, and then the 10 or more meetings, 10 or more people, we'd like to change to 3 or more meetings per week at $4,000.
I didn't change the P, it was people this time. I accidentally left it as people, so we'll fix
So,
it.
and again, just to kind of recap, the one that is 3 to 4 people, we would like to change to 1 meeting per week. The 6 to 9 people change to 2 meetings per week, and the 10 or more people change to 3 or more meetings per week.
So for me, can we back up one to what you were talking about, Angelique, on the other aspect that was not on this proposal document? So I just want to make sure I've got everything that you're proposing, because what I have open here, I'm assuming only has listed all of the things that are in the tables currently.
Correct.
So what was the other thing you wanted to add to the table?
It-
It was the teaching,
Not
the extra
adding-
assignment?
But not actually adding it to the table, making it well, I guess it does add it to the table. Because not really though. What we want to do, instead of having teachers fill out the time sheets, they fill out a contract that says they will be teaching during their plan time for the year, and here's how much money you're gonna get. And it's a signed contract. No longer do they have to worry about time sheets. People don't have to worry about
So
collecting those.
basically letter G on page 21, where the request is that there is an amount attached to that, that's a salaried amount.
No, I was thinking it would be like just like you have your coaches sign supplemental salaries,
Yes.
they would sign a supplemental salary contract for their,
That's what I'm saying.
There
But
would be
Yeah.
no need for letter G.
so like on
because it
letter
would be
G on
moved
number
into-
21, there would just be an amount attached to that because it says includes but not limited to accepting an assignment to regularly teach during one scheduled planning period or in regular scheduled before or after school class when that assignment will result in additional class load beyond what is usual and customary. So we're literally talking about assigning an amount to letter G.
no, I think it would be an individual amount, like every teacher's amount would be different because one teacher teaching on their plan time, it would be.
So
their
it would be a salaried amount attached to their normal
So
calculated daily rate.
currently they're paid what they would be paid for by the hour, correct?
Yes.
So we would figure it in that
Okay.
way, but we
So
would say.
still figure it based on their own personal rate, but it would be a salary based on their own personal rate. So that's what letter G would move to.
Yes, because that is how we did it a long time ago. Like, when I was, well, I've been here 23 years, so I know many people who did that at one point when they taught on their plans. They signed a separate contract for a set amount for whatever their hourly rate was times that quarter, and then the agreement was that they would get that money once they had finished teaching.
And I put that information into our working document so that you have it in black and white. The PLC lead, the information about that, the zero teaching.
Part of this is just to alleviate that filling out of timesheets. That's a lot of work. We're already asking our teachers to work on their planning time and take up another extra class of grading and planning. And then there are times where the timesheets are not done properly and they get sent back, so then they're not getting paid for that month. And I understand your worry is that in the past, from your research, you said last year that teachers were just leaving and not
Well,
doing the work.
what I found, and again, I wasn't making a blanket statement about in general, but what I found, or what was explained to me is, yes, that historically it had been some sort of lump sum payment at some point.
Mhm.
And at some point, the district renegotiated it to be the same rate of pay that the teacher would get, but it was only gonna be incurred when they actually were in the classroom doing that assignment. As I said last year when this first came up, I completely get the fact that you're taking on more grading, you're taking on more preparation to get a sub-plan ready for somebody to be there when you're gone. And just trying to figure out is the right, so to speak, way to do it, just paying like we would normally anyway? Or is it a rate of pay different from what your normal rate is because you're doing less duty on that day that you're not there? Because the difference is technically you're already on salary for 6 hours and 40 minutes a day. You're already being paid once for that time. And so now we're paying you twice for that time when you are giving it up to use it as an extra teaching period based on the negotiated agreement, which we should.
I would argue against your point that it's salary. We're not salaried as teachers. We are contracted. We're expected to work X amount of hours in exchange for X amount of money.
So does that original contract include 6 hours and 40 minutes a day?
But it's planned.
The plan is built into that. And if you take my plan time away to have me do this, then I have to make up that plan time.
Does that
somewhere
original
else.
contract include 6 hours and 40 minutes a day?
It does.
Are you
Part of
being
that is
compensated for
Part of
that
I'm
time?
explaining this and you're interrupting me. Part of that is plan. If you take away my plan time, I have to do my planning on my time. So that argument is invalid. I respect where you're coming from, but I disagree with it because you're taking away my plan time and telling me do that on your time. And if you're telling me to do something on my time, you should compensate me for it.
And I don't disagree. Again, it's just how much of that is already, every situation is so unique and so different. And are you planning for an entirely different prep than you're already teaching in another block, or is it the same prep you're teaching in another? So there's a lot of circumstances there. And
That's a
again,
fair argument.
I'm not saying that there's not a right or wrong, so to speak. It's just what can we do to keep it consistent across the board? Because I completely get the timesheet piece and the filling out of the timesheet piece. The only piece from this perspective that I want us to have a conversation about before we would make an agreement on it is what are the other unintended consequences, so to speak, of just shifting it to that manner. We would have to be very cognizant, I would think, of, for example, a coach teaching a fifth block, and in the springtime when there's a lot of being gone for that fifth block, we would have to make sure that we had that all figured out ahead of time to make sure that we were getting what we needed to get out of that situation. But from the opposite side of that, just because you happen to be doing it fifth block and not first block shouldn't mean you don't get compensated for it the same way, because that's another piece from the teacher side. If I'm gone from fifth block right now, I'm not getting paid for that time if I'm not there. Correct? Well, this year we did, but prior I wasn't.
Aren't they getting a supplemental for that?
No, they were getting paid by.
No, they're getting paid by the block that they did it.
Yeah.
And so that is something that we also, why we wanted to bring this up and look at it, because if I'm gone from fifth block, I'm not getting compensated. But if I happen to be taking on that teaching on plan on my first block, I'm getting compensated every day. So right there's inconsistencies with how it's operating from the teacher perspective, because it has a lot to do with just the coincidence of when your plan time is.
Right.
And somebody with a first block plan might always get compensated for it. And somebody with a fifth block plan who's a coach that's missing a lot for coaching duties might be missing a bunch of those days that they're not getting compensated for.
You brought up coaching, and this is, forgive me, a question from ignorance. I haven't read it in your agreement. How much do you dock a coach if they get the flu and can't go to practice 2 days in a week?
Yeah, there isn't that. Again, that it's to that point. Yeah.
And that's kind of where we're coming from, is if an activities or athletics supplemental position or extra duty pay position isn't getting docked, then why should an educational position be getting docked? Teaching is teaching is teaching.
And again,
And that's kind of why we're here.
I get you. Okay. And again, it's all a give and take at certain points in times. And so I appreciate it coming to the table, because we want to take a look at those things. And we've had some conversations. And again, it's the reason why we chose as a district, or the board chose, to go ahead and pay those positions every day, whether they're here or gone this year, because it came up after negotiations last year. So we weren't able to make a formal decision. And so that in itself should say a little bit about where we're at with that particular piece.
Right. And to that point, which is appreciated, how much difficulty would it cause? And you may not have this answer off the top of your head. How much difficulty would it cause to just put what you just said into the negotiated agreement attached to a contract versus attached to an hourly timesheet?
I don't think there would be a lot of, I could rewrite that letter G right now to basically be just like what we talked about. But again, we're in negotiations for a reason. And there's some other things that the district or the board is trying to negotiate. So we want to make sure that as we're negotiating, that we are having the back and forth that we require to make these decisions. That's the hard part about trying to negotiate one item at a time, so to speak, and not negotiating packages of items, because these are things that could very easily fit into a package with a little give and take on certain other things that we're trying to get, or that the board's trying to get. Does that make sense? And so that's what I'm saying, is we will have to have a discussion and come back with a proposal that says, yeah, we would love to do this, but can we reach an agreement on this at the same time? Because that's what negotiation is.
So, in that spirit, do you have any other questions about the DCNEA supplemental proposals, or are you guys ready to table that until we've had opportunities to caucus?
I don't have any other, I mean, I do have some questions. I don't know if you can answer them, because I just don't like to assume that I know what I'm looking at. And so he's got some percentage columns in here. And when I do the spot check and I come up with different percents, and you've got a lower left of 54,451, but I don't know exactly what that represents.
And so the way that he calculated this, he explained it to me, that 51,712 that's in the bottom left would be the, if it had been adjusted to match CPI going all the way back to the last time there was an increase in the supplemental salary schedule. And that's to show you how far behind we are. And that's the entire purpose of putting that in there, is to show you how far we are behind the rate of inflation. Okay. And to give us a starting point for the conversation, because he wanted to center it around the fact that not only are we behind our competitors in terms of being able to pay coaches and coordinators and whatnot, but also we're way behind the rate of inflation.
Do you know what the 54,451 is then?
That would be at last year's rate. The 51 is at an average of 3 years. The 54 is just the CPI from the year before to this year, right?
No, he told me that was the CPI from the last time that the
Oh,
supplemental salary was increased. If it had been increased, or you take the last time that supplementals had been increased and you adjust it for inflation all the way to today, that would be what it should be at.
The 54,451. The 51,712 is actually the average 3 years, so that's why it's changed to that.
Okay. So, but he didn't, and he probably didn't have this information. Well, I don't know what he had. So he didn't put people in their actual respective columns
No,
and come up with a, here's
No.
what cost.
this is like I said, it's a generic broad
Well, that's
base.
fine. I just want to make sure I understand.
Yeah, no, he did not. As he explained it to me, that was to give you an idea of the percentages and what the increase would look like in a blanket generic percentage.
And then the very first column, the titles, did he pull that right off of what we already have?
Yes.
Okay.
And he told us he would be watching from home and would message if I said something wrong, and he hasn't messaged.
You haven't got buzzed.
Excellent.
So any other questions on that?
Not at this time.
Okay. Do you want to take a quick break to caucus, or do we want to keep moving?
Did you have, I think, any feedback from your survey that you wanted to share that was mentioned
Yeah.
previously?
Do you have that ready? We have a lot of feedback.
This is just the. So, the first response for the feedback was, you guys offered to exchange Monday after Easter for President's Day. 87% of the certified teachers said, no, that's not happening, thank you. And that brings me to something else that we'll have to discuss too. Because when I went back to our, do you want me to jump into this?
Sure.
When I went back to our calendars, in 2021 to 2022 calendar, President's Day was one of the vacation holidays, school holidays listed as a school holiday. There was actually 20 school holidays and 5 days for spring break in 2021 to 2022.
And when she says holidays, she's talking about the specific calendar holiday
The
and the
listed-
associated days off with it.
Yeah, what is listed on the school's calendar as school holiday, but spring break is right below that, so that's 5 different days, okay? And when we look at 22 to 23 calendar, we're down to 17 days. President's Day was taken off. The first day in November was removed as a school holiday, and 1 day off of Christmas was removed.
And that is a major part of the reason why we feel a need to discuss how the calendars are set, and how those committees are formed, who's on the committees, and who
Just read
has
what
final
they are
authority.
looking at.
Because those are mandatory topics of bargaining, and those changes were made without being bargained. And that can't continue.
Well, the board can set the number of the calendar as long as the total number of days, work days doesn't change. So sometimes I think those holidays probably, depending on when they fall, that impacts the days.
But holidays are something part of the P&A that's required negotiations. And if they're just randomly removed and not negotiated, then isn't that incorrectly negotiation process?
Well, we'll talk about it. If it impacts the total number of holidays, then it doesn't
It did.
impact the total number of contracted days though, right? I mean,
It impacted it changed the number of student contact days. So it changed the hours and amounts of work too, for teachers. There's also, on the calendar, I'll just go ahead and bring it up too, from 2021 to 2022, 1 professional development day was removed. And all the way to 2023, then there was another professional development day removed. So in 2021, 2022, a staff professional development had 6 days. And now, as of 2025, 2026 calendar, we have 4 staff professional development days. And then I've noticed too, according to information, you're adding professional development on the parent-teacher conference days for the K through 8 teachers, and that should be something that is also negotiated. Because now we're getting professional development for one group and not the other group.
There's not anything in the agreement that specifies the number of staff development days or.
That's correct, but from my understanding, the P&A also requires professional development days to be a part of the bargained, negotiated for the calendar.
I don't know that that's true. I mean, the number of days, certainly the number of contract days is negotiable.
In-service days, in-service education, both of those were litigated in the Checraw case and the NEA Parsons case as being part of hours and amounts of work.
Well, again, it depends on what's in the contract too, so.
But again, the reason we bring that up, and there are other instances that we were able to find discrepancies in the calendar, changes in the calendar that were made that were not bargained, or why we feel like we need to reevaluate that language as far as how the calendar is formed. And yeah, plan time was another one, the planning days, teacher work days, things of that sort. All of those things individually go to, so while yes, statutorily, the district has the authority to make broad changes within the negotiated agreement. There are several things that go in the calendar that have to be bargained, and the district has been playing a little fast and loose with that, and we'd like to rein that in some.
Well, the board can set the calendar. Again, the number of days, yes, understand, that's negotiable. But I think as far as the calendar, the board has the ability to set the calendar. So, and certainly getting input is welcome. And I'm not sure what your practice, you have a calendar committee or?
We do, but the thing is that the calendar committee only has limited parameters given. And then it's a very generic, like, here's when your start of Christmas and here's when your end of Christmas. And those things are the only thing that anybody sees to vote on for any kind of the bargaining unit. And then at the end, we get, in March, if we get a hold of it, we see the calendar set with all of the days for our vacation days, and the vacation days, the school holidays were removed and not bargained.
So some of the problems with the current makeup of the calendar committee. It's kind of a toothless committee in that they can make these great recommendations. It could be the perfect calendar. All the teachers like it, all the paras, the custodians, the cooks, the family members in the community, everybody loves it. It goes to the board and the board could change it on a whim because they have that discretion. And they could go through and just throw out all of these good calendars that all these people worked hard to make and then do their own. That's one problem with it. Another problem with it is there are so many things included in a calendar that must be bargained. The calendar committee has several people in it that aren't part of the bargaining unit. And like there are community members, there are educational support professionals, there are admin in it who are not part of the bargaining unit. Now with admin, they could be if it was the board's designee for bargaining, that would make sense.
Well, there's a lot of stakeholders in the district, certainly that the calendar impacts. So I think getting input from, it's not just the teachers that are impacted by the calendar, so.
Right, but if it goes to topics of bargaining, that can only be voted on by the bargaining unit. We don't bargain for parents. We don't bargain
We
for
understand.
all of those other groups.
So something that I would like to add or share is I'm aware of the concerns or the issues that have been brought up for several years on the calendar, which is also, I can't go back and change what happened in 21, 22, 22, 23, those things, but it's also why I was trying to be responsive this year and actually called meetings and sat down with Angelique as that calendar was being developed and went through the 3 calendars that were proposed once those other things were added to the calendar. As we went through that process, there was a request made to me to actually have fewer parent-teacher conferences at the K-8 level. Trying to be responsive, I went back to my team and said, hey, this is being requested. Can we facilitate this and make it meaningful for the request? So whatever is being seen from last year to this year is completely unintentional, I can assure you. I worked countless hours to try to make sure that this calendar did not create the same response that what I was hearing in responses for previous years. So I guess if what the teachers union would like to do is revert back and just rubber stamp this year's calendar onto next year's calendar with no changes to parent conferences, because as soon as you start making those changes, that's where you come up with those little differences in PD time versus parent conference time, or this versus this. What I can assure you is we're still under the total number of contracted hours at 183s and 6 hours and 40 minutes of work. Every one of these calendars is under that by about 15 or 16 hours.
If I can interject for just a second. I think there's a misunderstanding here. we are appreciative of that. And what we're not asking for you to stop doing that. We're asking for you to essentially codify what you're talking about, because we do appreciate that communication. We do appreciate that involvement. And what we're asking for is to find a way to negotiate a codification of that into the negotiated agreement, because we like that change. We respect that change. We like that involvement, and we would like to get that into the negotiated agreement.
And I guess the board's response is, we don't need that. It doesn't belong in the negotiated agreement. The board controls that right to make those changes if they're meaningful, but also must include the bargaining unit in the conversations that might adjust those other things. So putting something like that into the negotiated agreement, it's kind of similar to some of the other topics that we've talked about, that yes, they are very important. They are vital conversations to have, but this isn't necessarily the place, or this isn't the area where those things should be codified, so to speak. Again, the commitment from the board to discuss, listen, collaborate on those things, I believe is present, and I don't believe it's going anywhere. So I think we have shown that we are willing to listen and make some adjustments if they're meaningful and we can make them work. But it's going to take a little bit of give and take even in that, to try to make sure that the total number of hours remains the same, so to speak, or as close to the same as possible, even though the work being done in those hours might be slightly different from one level to the next based on what the request is.
However, when you showed me the document and we talked about the parent-teacher conferences, there was no conversation about professional development being added to the parent-teacher conference day.
And that's what I'm
We
saying.
do still have parents who do need some morning, just not as much as they need the evening, which is one of the things. So when
But
you're
that was
saying
the
you
shift in the total number of hours, so to speak, to try to keep that balance as we work. And again, I am 100, like I will take it back to the board and say, hey, let's just go back to what we did last year, go to 4 conferences and keep everything the same, because that's the simple thing to do. Like I think we could go that route and just go back to 4 conferences across the board next year, just like we did this year. And that would allow us to keep all of the numbers exactly like they are.
I don't think that's the argument or what anyone is asking. We're not asking to throw the baby away with bathwater. What we're doing is, right now, we feel like we've got a friendly board. Right now, with you moving in and with Dr. Dirksen, we feel like we've got a friendly admin. And we're not arguing against you or Dr. Dirksen or the board. We're arguing against your replacement and the board's replacement in the event that we have that hostile board, in the event that we have that hostile superintendent. We don't feel that we have that now. We feel we have a good partnership. We have a good working relationship, but we can't bank on that. We can't rely on that. And what happens when, we get one of those anti-education hostile boards that's happening all over Kansas, takes over our board?
Well, the good news for all of you is I plan on being here for at least a year, and you'll get to renegotiate this next year. So I can assure you it's not going anywhere this year.
Then if we can't do the rest,
And then one other thing that we would like to consider, the last sentence on the school calendar committee. Upon receiving the committee's recommendation, the Board of Education shall be solely responsible for the final adoption of the school calendar. We would like to change that from sole to shared with the association, and pending adoption as a part of the negotiated agreement. So school board you come up with the calendar, great. This is your proposal, bring it to negotiations. And at negotiations, then we can have a official vote to ratify the calendar with the rest of the contract.
Okay, duly noted, but I don't know that we'll certainly look at it. I think, again, the board has the ability to set the calendar. What you've mentioned, I get your points as far as the days, but board, there are a lot of stakeholders involved in the calendar.
And we
So-
fully understand that, and we would like to see all of those stakeholders respected. We just contend that they're not a part of the bargaining unit, so we shouldn't be bargaining for them, and they shouldn't have a say in the vote
Well,
of things that impact.
Board has to
them, not the
consider
board.
those aspects as well, though. I mean,
And again,
so
we
that's-
appreciate that. And that's why we think it should be a part of bargaining.
Yeah, that's, again, voting to ratify, I don't think that's something that, where the teachers have to ratify the contract, the calendar, I'm sorry, that's not something that I've seen, and where I don't think that's something that's gonna happen, so,
Okay.
Sam.
All due respect, it is something you've seen, because you have bargained, or excuse me, you represented Liberal in an IBB. was
No,
there.
I've never been a liberal for IBB, so that wasn't me. No.
Okay, well, we will move on at this point then.
Okay,
Let's slide over, we are,
Additional contract time without pay for events outside of our contract day, 88% said thank you, but no thank you. It's not part of the teacher's responsibility to go to events completely outside of the contract without pay.
was it without pay? Was
Yes,
that-
it was without pay.
Was that was that-
The required, yes,
yeah, so on here, what was presented to us, required attendance outside of district events, district proposal included elementary, an open house of 1 hour, back to school night of 1 hour, title night 2 hours, faculty meetings, and so on. And there were other things that were included for the middle school and high school level. And on those, during the discussion, your counterpart, Lori, forgetting her last name, made the argument that it was assumed that those were professional responsibilities and that those shouldn't be compensated extra. And we fundamentally dispute that argument. And the teachers don't support it either.
And again, that's kind of the issue we run into with bargaining items one at a time, because the intention of that was actually to be part of a larger proposal as to here's what we have available, here's what we would like to get in return for it. And that's lost, unfortunately, sometimes when we go through these things item by item, so to speak, as opposed to what we will try to do at some point today or in the very near future when we start talking actual dollars.
Right.
Is here's the dollars, here's what the board would like to get for those dollars, and then have that discussion as to which of these pieces might fit and which might not fit. So I totally respect the fact that in one particular item by itself, nobody should probably say, yeah, I'll go to work for free for that time. But that wasn't the intention of that item. It was, as part of this package, would you accept that as well?
Right. And I do understand that. The criticism of, if I'm thinking like litigation, the criticism of omnibus bills is that they're loaded with poison pills. They're loaded with things that people otherwise would wholeheartedly reject. And we're going to give you, we're going to dangle this carrot, but there's a poison pill that's going to go inside of it. And that's the problem with those giant packages.
But we're not, there's no poison pill. I mean, we're being transparent here. We're talking openly about this, so, I don't think.
We're not trying to hide something within a bill.
Right. And I'm not making
It's a
that accusation.
negotiation tactic. Like, it's literally negotiations. Like, we give and we take, and there's some things that your side wants that we're like, we really don't like that. But if we can work it this way, then yes, we can accept that. It's the same thing from that side's perspective.
Wholeheartedly agree. I'm just pointing that out, that that's the problem with looking at it as a whole item, is that sometimes there are parts of that we're not going to agree with. And just like there are going to be parts of ours that you're not going to agree with.
That's where there's give and take, even on that big bill. There's got to be give and take on that too.
And I'm not saying this to discount what you're saying. It's just to let you know that we have some of the same concerns you have. just on the other side.
I got you.
That's all.
No, I get it.
So,
Yeah, 500 different ones. Oh, did you want me to?
Yeah,
say
the-
The other, so, we have,
So real quick, back, just so I kind of know where we're at, back to the calendar piece.
Yep.
And there's a lot of discussion. I'm not even really sure where we're at. Do you want the consideration to revert back to last year's calendar? And go back to the 4 parent conferences across the board so we can keep the time consistent with all groups?
I think that would be something that we would have to briefly caucus about.
yeah, because we
I
didn't
can't
even
speak.
discuss that. Our concern with the calendar wasn't with the calendar that
Is
we're
correct.
moving forward on. Our concern was with the process,
I got you.
not the calendar. Because like I said before, we appreciate all the work that you put into it. We just wanted to codify all that work because it was good work.
And again, I hope you realize and understand that like the minor changes in certain duties or potentially having a little more PD time here and a little more parent conference time there comes from when you start changing from 4 to 2 and the amount of hours that are available in a week to make those things happen and still give the appropriate comp time that we're trying to give for having just the 2 days instead of the Friday time. It's not an intentional attempt to try to change one group's amounts and hours of work versus another group's or vice versa. Like literally was not the intention. The intention was to try to keep the total number of hours as close between all groups as possible as that change was made.
I think this highlights some of the things about like the professional development placements, like you've added this, and that's where it's like, okay, that wasn't a part of any discussion at all. And we understand your background, your reasoning, but like if we are not a part of that discussion, which is why we feel that last shouldn't be just the soul of the district, it should be both. So.
And then on some of the other survey results, because we did present it on the questions piece by piece so that we could form a better kind of, if we are in that situation where it's like, okay, let's take all these puzzle pieces and Frankenstein them together to make something that works. So we asked it piece by piece to inform that. Looking at, go ahead.
The rate that would, if we slightly increase the work hours for just an overall pay raise, but reduce the hourly rate, because sometimes that happens when you increase hours, you might get a raise, but then your hourly rate might drop a little bit. And people are like, no, that won't work for us. But they did say that if we increase work and hours, that the pay needs to be dramatically increased. Even a matched was a over 60% no. If you match my hourly rate right now and you're asking me to do more, no, I need dramatic. And the dramatic is even only 72%, not even as high as the other stuff, so.
But that does give us room to kind of have those discussions. Because I think if it's the increase in workload and a commensurate increase in salary plus a little incentive, I think that gives us wiggle room versus if it just ends up being where we're going to slide you across. Yes, it's going to be a pay raise. Yes, it's going to be an increase in hours amount of work, but it's pretty much a wash on your hourly rate. I think people will reject that, and pretty resoundingly.
And when we asked them, what would you be open to? We gave them a range. We did not give a 0 possibility. For our minutes, 5 to 20 minutes was the largest number of time people were being willing. And I got a lot of comments back that said there was no choice for 0 minutes. But we know that it's not exactly reasonable to come back and be like, oh, 0 minutes, sorry. So.
Some of the non-statistical feedback we got, again, ties into the community stakeholders, and that was on mornings. Adding any time in the morning is going to be difficult because there's inadequate daycare, childcare in Dodge City for young children. And so starting if there was to be an addition in time of the duty day, it should be at the end of the day, not the beginning of the day, because it's going to create too much.
Split barely.
Yeah, or split, because it'll end up creating too much hardship on people with young children, both in the district and families.
Those are pretty much what we have for questions.
Okay. Thank you for sharing. Do you,
So I believe we had shared, I mean, now that we kind of have a big picture, honestly, it's going to take us some time as a group to sit down and look at those proposals, look at that supplemental, talk about that leave thing, talk about dollars. What I would like for us to be able to do at this point is come back with kind of a proposal that has dollars attached to it and say, would you be willing, again, to your point, Michael, looking at those different aspects, would you be willing to reach an agreement on these things with these things attached to it and start having that bigger picture discussion? But that's going to take us probably a pretty substantial amount of time, because the first thing we have to do is figure out what the total dollar impact to that supplemental schedule really is. I mean, when you start putting real dollars to that, that's going to have a substantial impact. But when I look at it from a coach's perspective of many years, it makes good sense what is being asked for. We've just got to figure out how to roll that into our full financial package.
Yeah, no, and that's completely fair. With that, the things that we proposed early on in the first session that we were going to roll back to, we still haven't rolled back to that. Do we want to discuss those things now, or do we want to wait until after you get eyes on what you're talking about?
Let me remind me real quick, do they have?
The addition of association rights and responsibilities to kind of codify all the things, again, codifying what the district is already doing to work with us and getting that in the negotiated agreement as rights and responsibilities.
Well, I thought Lori had given a pretty straight response that the negotiated agreement wasn't the place for those things, but I'll go back and take a look at it.
Fundamentally, we disagree. We have districts across the state that have it in there.
I get it.
And that is increasing. And again, political concerns are the reason why. We like you, we like the board. We don't know the next one. We want to protect against the bad actors. That's why we want to have that in there. The safety proposal.
yeah, that's a permissive topic, and that the board's position hasn't changed on that.
So the board's position is they don't care about employee
No,
safety.
they absolutely do care, but it's not, the appropriate place is not in the negotiated agreement. That can be dealt
Again,
with.
we have negotiated agreements all over the state.
Well, there may be some, but again, that's a permissive topic, and that position hasn't changed, Michael.
Okay, and that will be our message. Understand
Yeah,
that.
and
Our
it's-
message to teachers will be,
it
the
is-
Board of Education is not interested in
No, that's-
negotiating
that's-
for teacher
that's-
safety.
They're not interested in negotiating a permissive topic. They are absolutely concerned about safety, and there are things that can be done, but it's just not in the negotiated agreement. So
But it can be.
it's a permissive topic, and the board selects and chooses not to negotiate. So that hasn't changed.
Even with the current realities of things like, we had several students who tried to follow a TikTok challenge and stuck things into their Chromebooks and could have had serious consequences beyond what we did have. That's why
Yeah,
this
that's
is
a-
such a huge
it's
concern, and
absolutely.
why teachers feel like it's something that should be discussed and something that should be put in so that we don't have to worry about these things as much.
We hear your concerns, and absolutely, the board ministry share those concerns. Again, it's just.
But they're not willing to
it's
discuss
Not
them.
in the negotiated agreement, no, but it's absolutely things. There are a lot of things that are happening, but they can be dealt with other ways. So
Like
it's just
calling the police when students are being violent in the classroom, just picking up the phone, calling 911.
Well, again, our position hasn't changed on that. We hear your concerns, absolutely. I mean, there's some things that, there's a lot of things that are happening that are concerning. But again, it's just not in the negotiated agreement, so.
Is the board aware that that is like one of the major reasons why teachers are fleeing the profession?
I don't know, I can't speak to that, but it's certainly a concern for everybody. But again, it's not in the negotiated agreements.
If that's your position, we will move on from that. And then what else did we have on here? Yes, class size. We had proposed and shared with you the possibility of investigating a plan for appropriate class sizes.
Yeah, and that position hasn't changed on that. Again, I think that was indicating that was a permissive topic and the board's not interested in negotiating.
Yeah, that's one of those permissive topics that shouldn't be because, and you're right, it is a permissive topic. It shouldn't be because class size impacts hours and amounts of work.
Well, again, I think the board has those things they can address otherwise, but again, it's not a topic we're gonna talk about.
So going back to the idea of a big bill,
A package,
a big package, that you guys want to include these things that we have no desire to discuss. But the things that we want to include, you have no desire to discuss. Where's the give and take on that?
well, again, we're talking here. I mean, as we move,
But
packages
we're
can
not talking.
change. Packages can
You're
change.
shutting us down
No,
by saying that
we're-
the board is unwilling to negotiate.
On
that.
those topics, yes, those are permissive topics, Michael. And again, the board has and not have to negotiate those.
We
So
fully understand
Yeah.
permissive.
there's a
We
lot of other
fully
things.
understand it.
Yeah.
But the key part of that permissive is you have the option to,
That's
and you're
true.
choosing not to.
Yes,
And not
because
you, not
again,
you. I'm not
no, I
blaming you
know,
individually
I know.
or you.
Again, it's just the way, there are a lot of other things we need to deal with here. So
Okay.
those things are, hear your concerns, but those are not,
And
they're
then-
gonna go in the negotiated agreement.
I think that hits everything then. So this would be a good time for a recess. And what time do we want to return?
Well, we're gonna have lunch coming here, and
I'm gonna go there in 15 minutes.
so at about 11:45, there'll probably be lunch available here.
Yeah. 11:30, 11:45.
From
I told
your
Patrick to bring the watermelon at 11:40. You'll have forks, right?
If not,
Well,
I have
it's-
spoons upstairs.
Okay, I was gonna say, I cut it so that it's in wedges, but
I was gonna say, I will definitely ask.
Don't. Are you sure? I thought you did our introduction when you're in liberal for the IBB rules.
I did training there,
Yeah.
but I didn't negotiate there. So,
No. And that was a misunderstanding on my part. I knew you did the training.
yes,
So,
yes, I did. Yeah, it's been several years ago.
Like around 19, I mean.
Right, yeah.
So, not sure what your intentions are or what you want to try to do, but honestly, just now getting the supplemental, getting these other pieces, obviously, it's gonna take Hammer some time to put all of these things together with the numbers that he needs to be able to share back, all of that stuff. I don't know that it is even worth reconvening after lunch at this point, or if we just need to, what do we have, June 2nd on the calendar right now? Would it work for you, for us just to use the rest of the day, basically caucusing amongst our groups, talking about those other items, letting Hammer have some time to just go crunch numbers and get a proposal together from the financial perspective with that new information? And then having that big discussion on the 2nd, which is Monday.
And I do have another question, and you may not want to answer it or be prepared to answer that, which is totally fine.
Okay,
Last year when we ended, we talked about starting, not with the matrix that we used last year, because we added some rows, I believe. But we said we were gonna start with the previous one, and I know there was some discussion about getting away from that. So I haven't put work in, part of that is I didn't expect to be here this time, but I also didn't really know where we were going to start. So, you know, in the past, we just kind of looked at total dollars and how big the pie is, and we've sort of kind of given you guys carte blanche on how to slice that. Didn't know if you were wanting to start differently on that, so I, you know, as far as where we're gonna start, I don't have a different proposal set out there because we said we were gonna start with what we used in 23-24.
You do the crunch data, right?
And so,
Yep, I'm ready. I was ready to wrap everything up. I have the salary schedule work, like I was seriously
Oh,
ready
okay.
to get it
Yeah.
all done today.
We were
I have
we
it,
were asked to be ready to finish
Yep.
today.
I mean,
that, well, then, I mean,
I'll leave
I don't
on
mind talking
Thursday.
about that.
And again, like I
Yeah,
told you on the
I'm
phone,
out.
yes, but without the proposals, it was gonna be very difficult for us to even know what we were dealing
No,
with.
I mean, I'm not saying we can't break and caucus now, but the more to look at, the better, then,
So I would say let's break and let's take lunch and then let's come back at 1 o'clock and reconvene discussions.
That'll work.
Or actually, to give a little bit more time, would 2 o'clock work? That'd give us an hour. We scheduled this till 3:30 originally, so that would give us a little bit more time on the numbers end before we come back to,
Do you need to see what our proposal for the salary is first?
that'd be great.
well, it just helps understand how big the pie is and how you want to slice it and dice it.
I think that would be good.
Yeah, that would probably be,
Well,
It's okay if you're not ready. I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
I'm on the spot. I'm ready. So I've gone through all of it, all of the teachers, and I've gotten them put on there. I went back to the original 22, 23, or 23, 24, 23, 24 schedule.
okay.
And the only thing I have done with this spreadsheet is to put our new base of 49,250 and then let it flow through the indexing. So there's been no work as to how much of a raise. It's just like, this is where we're starting, and I can plug numbers in. I also have another tab that we can just play with numbers, but I didn't know if there were kind of maybe some numbers thrown out at the last meeting, 4.5, but we didn't know what that, like, does that make sense? Like, was that all just going to straight teacher salary? But now it's also gonna maybe be some of the supplemental, so we didn't know how much we could play with, but I'm ready to play. Is this one right here?
I guess, can I ask a question on the supplementals? I mean, it's a pretty seismic shift as far as how you do your supplementals. I mean, is that a huge priority for you all? Is that more?
Honestly, it's gonna depend on how everything else works out. You know, because again, part of that give and take.
Yeah.
So, the best answer I can give you is it depends. You know,
I mean, I'm just saying, as opposed to maybe making some adjustments in some of the
I
things.
mean, and you probably know this better than I do. You probably have what? 30% of your overall staff are impacted by supplemental salaries, or is it higher?
And I honestly couldn't really tell you what that percentage is. I mean, you can look at that list and just imagine that there's somebody in every one of those positions and multiple somebodies in some of those positions.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, it's probably, and it might be higher than that, honestly.
I know like in small towns, it seems to be 100% of the people are on the supplemental salary schedule. In the bigger cities, I estimate it.
No, it could very well, like when you consider the A through F along with the scheduled out ones for the true supplemental contracts, it's probably higher than 30%.
That's 135 if we're looking at positions.
So,
That's probably right. I mean, not necessarily total dollars, but people, yeah.
yeah,
Well, and that's what I was talking about, is people, and the reason I ask is for ratification purposes, if say, we have to choose between the main salary schedule, supplemental salary schedule, what's gonna make the biggest weight?
get you. Well, there's a lot of impact on that supplemental salary schedule, and I had payroll actually run me some numbers on that in the past. Just looking at total income, so to speak, across the board of just the salary and then what the actual take-home income is with all the extra pay and extra duty pay that we make within the district. And it's a substantial amount of money that's paid out in the supplementals and the extra duty pays. So. I was gonna ask you, is that something that we could get a copy of to start looking at some different scenarios from our perspective as we caucus?
Would you want me to put it in the,
Is it a Google or is it an Excel? Because sometimes it doesn't work well to shift them.
it was, so we run it on Google, but Hammer always converts it to Excel. And
Do
so
you have success converting it that way? Because I know going from Excel to Google Sheets doesn't work all the time.
I do have a few questions, but they would be like private personnel matters that we couldn't have the thing going to make sure that I've got some of these in here right, because I had
Okay.
questions
For sure.
on information that was shared.
Okay.
And some of it is probably gonna be HR, because Humor's not gonna know either.
Okay.
They're just, so.
Or you're just talking about placement on the salary schedule and things like that?
Well, because some people I know have come in like partway through and I can figure or
Gotcha.
guess that they'll be on a full contract
Yes,
next year. So
I
theirs
gotcha.
looks super inflated, like they're having 130%. I'm looking at one right now, 133% increase. Well, it was probably because they were only here for a few months. So I just wanted to verify some of those.
We could do it, like, that shouldn't
Yeah.
take very long. If you
No,
want to
it
do it as
shouldn't.
soon as we start the caucus, we can go through that.
Like I said, we just can't do it on the camera, sure.
Okay. So,
But I
you
can
said
definitely
2:00
share.
for a return?
Does that work?
I'll come right back with tacos.
Can we
Everything.
maybe turn off the
We're
camera
gonna
and
turn
talk
everything.
for like
Yeah.
20 minutes and then
Sure.
lunch and caucus?
And that's why I
Because
was
that way we
asking, so
both
that
have
people
what we
watching
need
know.
so that we can make this productive.
Sounds good.
the unmute.
Okay, we are officially back.
Okay. And well fed. Thank you.
Thank you, actually.
Yes.
Thank Erin Akers. She made all the phone calls and emails I've sent. That's great. Thanks.
Okay, appreciate the time and we had some time to talk about some of your issues. We got some responses. We're still working through some of the things, as you can imagine, but we do have a response on some of these things we want to share with you at this time. On the leave proposal with the going to the all discretionary days, we're going to stay with the 5/7 for now. Our position is that allows for sufficient number of personal days. It was put in place not too long ago, and so we're comfortable with allowing that to continue, and don't see the need to make a change at this time. On the payback on the retirement, we're looking at that. We need to, again, look at kind of the total package, where the money goes. And if that is a high priority, it's something that we would consider. But for now, we're holding off on that and until we get a little bit more of a handle on the overall package. So on the leave bank, here's what we would suggest or offer, if you will. We would be good with getting it to 150 at the beginning of the year. Okay, but here's how we would shake out. Those that are leaving the district who donate days to the sick leave bank, okay, at the end of the year, the board would get credit for half of those days, basically, towards the 150. Okay, so that way there's some recognition there for the board contribution and for those that are leaving the district, offers that. So it would be a 50-50 deal on that. Same thing with those who have 105 and are at the 105 and they get the 12 days at the beginning of the year. The board would get credit for 6 of those days, half of those days that go into the sick leave bank. Okay, so you would add up those days and then whatever it took to get to 150, the board would donate to get to 150. So they're getting some credit for some of those days for folks that are leaving on a 50-50 deal. And then if that's short of 150, the board would then donate whatever it took to get to 150 days to start the school year. Okay. With that, I think
And again, the purpose for that piece is it wouldn't be 150 on top of all of those other days that were given in May by people leaving the district.
Could you give me the numbers on, so that we can fully consider this, of the days that were donated this May, as in the last 3 weeks that we've had that donation open? How many of those were people who left? How many are people who've stayed? So that we can really.
Just started pulling that information up as we were walking out of the room when I got your text saying you were ready. So it will take us a little bit of time so we can look at that. But honestly, as I just told Tara, as I looked at that donation list, I don't know if there was some confusion as to what they were donating for or not donating for, but it appears like there's people that donated one day, which in my mind tells me maybe they were thinking it was a call for days and not a donation time. You see what I'm saying? So, because there was only a couple of them that looked like people were putting in larger groups of days when I just glanced at that list walking out of that room.
On your counter proposal on that, does it put a cap on the days?
We don't have a cap.
Okay.
We don't have a
And
cap.
then, does it still allow for the teachers to make the normal donations to the bank?
Yeah,
I think
what,
so.
so,
The teacher process, does it change with that?
no. So, other than the conversation we had earlier about removing the December open period, we would also support that in this process.
Okay, one of the things we talked about upstairs, which we were kind of trying to get like one whole big, like, this is what we're coming back with the proposal. So we do have all of that ready, and all of this was part of that. So do you want us to talk about just that one piece now, or do
I
you
would-
want us to wait?
I would let us get through the rest of it, and then by
Okay.
all means, we'd love to hear what you have.
Okay.
That would be great. Is that?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And one more thing before we move on. With the people donating a day here or there, when we did the December one last school year, most people had only donated one day. There was one person who donated 2, and I think one who donated 5, but everybody else had just donated one day.
Okay.
So that was kind of in line with what we saw the first year as well.
again,
Again,
and
whether
maybe-
people understood or didn't, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. it
And
was
maybe
clear
we'll
in the
see an
email that you
uptick
sent out.
with the conversations that are occurring. Because I guess I look at it from my perspective that if I was leaving the district and had 30 days sitting there, why wouldn't I donate them to that bank?
Yeah.
And
Which is what
so,
we kind of tried to hit this year when we sent that email out. I know Jenny and I worked really hard to get that email crafted just right, so.
and that's what I'm saying, like well, just glancing at that list, it doesn't appear like that was the case. So maybe that will pick up in the future as people realize what they can or can't do with those days when they're leaving the district. But again, that's why asking for the board to get credit for some of those days that they were giving out to begin with, so.
Okay. Any other questions on that? Okay. On the supplemental salary proposal, we appreciate that. I know there was a lot of work probably getting that together. We're still trying to wrap our heads around that and costing that out. I think certainly the idea of giving credit for experience, I think makes sense. I think we agree that's something that, should be considered, because there is a difference with first-year coach versus a 10-year coach. So, I mean, I think there's certainly some merit to that, but we got to look at how that will cost, and we're still working through that. So we don't have a definitive answer on that at this time.
However, we are, in order to get a definitive answer on that, we've got to discuss a possible survey to all of the people in those positions to know where they believe they're going to fit on that longevity scale. Because obviously, if we're going to start this process, we want to take the people that are currently here and place them properly into that scale, correct? So how do you, from your perspective, do you want us to put together a survey, you review it, we send it to the people on that list, or do you want to send a survey? Because in order for Hammer to have a full understanding of the financial impact of that schedule, he's going to have to place those people as closely as possible, at least.
I guess I would imagine, and maybe this is too simple thought, but it would be very similar to how you place a teacher with years of experience. Like, they would have to have verified. I mean, anybody can click what they want on a survey, but what do they truly have?
It maybe
Well,
just a
but-
district, how many years?
Eventually, yes, we would have to, like when we talk language, if that's the route we go, we would have to come to an agreement on what are we going to require for verification of those years of experience. But for budgetary purposes, just so we can have an idea of what, like something that resembles what it's going to cost, I think just like they're going to give a pretty honest, like fair assessment, as long as it's laid out that it's only relative years of experience in a position similar to.
Our ADs wouldn't have that.
That's what I was.
I don't know if they would have years of experience since we've never,
Well, how many years somebody's been doing this in this
in our
position?
district, yes, but we're talking about giving years of experience for outside the district as well. We might not know that.
I think at this point we could maybe starting point, just using where we're at as in to understand maybe some of that just inside.
And feel free to disagree. I would think that you could get the ball rolling with the people on staff now and moving forward as with the information that you currently have, and then use because this could take a while, right? I mean, from
Just
an HR
depends on how many,
perspective,
how quickly people would respond. Yes, I agree. It could.
because I mean, the verification side of it is what I'm thinking will
Oh,
take a
yeah.
while, because to verify, you're gonna have to contact all of their previous districts to confirm, and in doing, assuming you're gonna do that due diligence and not take people at their word. I don't know if that process would take like an entire school year to get that ironed out. If you wanted to implement it moving forward, any new hires as of this date, start it that way, and then get that in the books with the understanding that you're going to confirm for the existing employees. I would think that existing employees would be willing to wait a year for that potentially larger payday if it meant they could get it on the books.
Another thought, and I'm just thinking out loud here, I mean, would you consider just using experience in Dodge City to start with too? I mean, is that an essential part of it to include other districts where they worked previous, or just thinking from a bookkeeping management, getting that information might be difficult. I don't know, just throw that out there. I mean, you don't have to answer that.
I think
None of us are on.
I'm not on there, but I am a social studies teacher, so I work with a lot of coaches. And I think recognizing just longevity within the district would be something that they would go for.
To start with.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then as Mike put it, then with the possibility of like, if we can confirm
Yeah.
your past experience, maybe then changing you after that, but just starting with in district at this moment to even get going.
And looking at that chart that was shared, it caps out at 10 years. Is that accurate?
Yes, I believe that is.
That's the max, 10 steps.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe that was it. 6 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, 10 years plus is just there.
Thank you.
And when you said that you're still looking at costing it, is that at tying it to the base?
Yeah, so basically the way it's presented, but just getting a feel for where do the coaches, now that we know that we're looking at just experience in the district to start with, we should be able to get that information from our ADs at this point, and then be able to say, okay, here's the column that we would be paying each one of these positions at, so here's the overall cost, the way it's being presented.
So just going to clarify, just to make sure those who are listening are on the same as I think we are. We're saying that you're going to look into how much it would cost for just including their in-district experience, 443 experience. That the supplemental salary will be tied to the base for the district from here on. And that after this first year of, if this passes, then those that have maybe other experience that are outside the district can also present their experience and possibly move column or area.
If that experience can be verified, and that similar to what we do with certified teachers through that process, absolutely.
Okay.
And I think this body would support
Yeah.
the verification and equivalent position.
Relatable, verifiable, and transferable are the three legs of the stool that we kind of look at when it comes to that experience.
Yeah, I don't think you'd get any disagreement.
And even experience inside the district. Again, even if you were a coach at one level and then you move into being a coach of the same thing at a higher level, then I believe we should give credit for those prior years of experience coaching that. Now, if you come from outside the district coaching one level and come into the district coaching a different level, we might look at that slightly differently because of that being outside of the district. Does that make sense? And again, I'm just kind of stating that for the record.
What I think you're saying is like, if I'm here and I coach middle school girls soccer and there's an opening at the high school and I move from there, my years of middle school girls soccer will count for
Yes.
my years at the high school. But if I was doing middle school girls soccer from Garden and I move here, that may not transfer into a high school girls soccer
Yeah.
experience. Okay.
Again, ultimately, we want to try to take care of the people that are already here doing good things, and that promotion piece, moving from middle school to high school, we don't want them to take a step backwards in those years of experience. But if you're coming to us from somewhere else, then it might not be completely transferable, and we don't know that. So,
And that was,
I believe
that was
that we-
consistent with what you said as far as like position. They don't get credit unless it was a similar position. So. Okay.
You do have some clarification. So that salary schedule, you're saying it is tied to the base? I didn't actually understand that the first go around.
That's what you guys, this is tied to the base.
Was it tied to the base? or was it
No,
tied to
this
the-
is not, actually,
No,
this
what
one
we
right.
shared with you was if it was tied to CPI going back from the last time we had a change. And what our request was to tie it to whatever the base, the lowest paid base employee would be.
So if,
So when you're costing it, I wouldn't recommend costing it off of that. Feel free to, but.
okay, so I'm glad you asked, because I thought we were just looking at what was shared.
I mean,
there.
that was if it was adjusted to CPI, but our initial ask was to tie it to whatever we settle on for the base, and it would be married to the base year in and year out.
And so are those percentages that are shown on that document percentages of the base? How are we gonna come up with these numbers?
so from what I understand, those percentages would be the increase from the base it was tied to the possibility of that other base. But that
I gotta pull this back up just a second.
the top starts, that's the change, like this top line is the percentage of the base. Well, no, I guess it is. I'm incorrectly reading this since I didn't create this. Those percentages in 2021 percentage column, that's the percentage of the base.
But
That-
and my understanding is that would be what it would be, the percentage, if we were going to make those individuals in those positions whole, as though we were applying the CPI from.
I'm not as worried about the percentages because I couldn't get them to jive and there was no, all I got is a PDF, so I couldn't look at a formula. But staying on that top line, if I'm 3 years, then my salary for that is $10,731.
That was Johnny that just called. Do you want him, we can put it on speaker and he can explain where he's coming from with this, since he created it.
That would probably be a good thing, because in order for Hammer to have
Yeah.
a full understanding,
What do we need to say?
Well, we can put him on speaker.
We're gonna project it for you. Okay. I think he can hear us now.
Okay. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm gonna move you closer.
yes,
Sandra, can you hear okay?
Yes, I'm gonna move you closer. Okay, so the first column of percentages. Yes, I'm gonna move you closer. the original,
Johnny, sorry to interrupt. Can you mute your YouTube feed? Okay.
Little feedback.
I was watching and I had it going.
All right, you're good.
Okay, so the first column of percentages is, because we were given flat rates, not percentages before. So it is whatever the percentage would be for that flat rate compared to the 2021 base when we created the flat fees or the flat rates. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so then moving along the columns, it's just increasing whatever the percentage is by, I think, 0.25 or 5%.
Okay, so, but I've got to put individual people where they fit on these particular columns, and I just want to make sure I'm not as worried about the percentages, because I'll figure that out when it's all in and all done, but I really need to understand total dollars is where I want to get at, and so if I'm a director of bands with 3 years of experience, my supplemental pay is going to be the $10,731, is that right?
That sounds right.
And
I gotta
then-
pull up that.
Well,
Sorry, I gotta pull up.
I just want to, yeah, again, because I can see where they are today, and I can add all that up, and then I can see where everybody shakes out when it's all done, and see what that looks like. So I wasn't too worried about the percentages, but I wanted to make sure I get those dollars. So, okay, so go back to when you say you're tying this to the base. So what happens next year when?
And it would be permanently tied to the base. So if the base this year settles at, I don't know, 53, and then next year the base settles at 54, and then the year after that it's 56, then the supplemental salary would always go along with whatever the
If it goes up $1,000,
then the supplemental base goes up.
So the supplemental base, so and
yeah, I didn't.
tell me if I'm wrong here, Johnny, but the way, like, let's just look at high school director of bands. So what you're proposing is that at 0 years experience, there is a 20.25% of whatever the base is, and that's what the payment in that cell would become every single year.
All right. So, you said high school director of bands, year 0. Year 0, or their first year is 20%.
Okay, but it would always be 20% of the base, whatever the base is.
Right. And then their second year, or years of experience, I guess is how I envisioned it. But let's say they're brand new, fresh out of college, never taught band or never directed band, and they walk into DCHS their first day ever teaching band. They have 0 years of experience. It's 20% of whatever the base is. And I got that 20% because in 2021, it was 19.96% of the 2021 base.
I see, like you just kind of rounded them to the closest percent.
Yeah,
you could
just
get.
to make it clean.
I just want to make sure, like, I now understand that this is exactly what I thought it was when I first looked at it. It is exactly what I thought it was. I mean, you're literally, if the base goes from $49,250 to $50,000, then that cell under 0 years is going to change as a percentage of that new base.
Right. So if you scroll down to the bottom, to row 75, where it says CPI March 2025, you can change that to whatever you want. So let's change it to just to make it extreme, so you see how the thing is working. $10. So everything else is just tied to that, and it calculates accordingly. So then if you change that to more reasonable, like $50K, looks like that.
You have it live, Angie.
And if you to the base that we currently have, $49,250. Looks like
So is
somebody
that
did.
basically the base down there? Is that?
It is.
Yeah. So
No,
line 75
49.
is the one that you want to change. B75.
So 49,250 is the current base. We did not have the current base in there in that We just had a,
That's what I'm saying, but that's the cell that you would change to whatever the base was, and it would filter across there and change all of those numbers.
yes.
Right. With those, using those percentages, and those percentages I didn't just invent. They're very close to the percentage of the base or the flat fee. So the idea is you thought that that position was worth, 9% of the base or whatever in 2021 when we created these.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Johnny.
Okay.
Yeah. way different than what I thought. It didn't affect it this year, but it affects it going forward.
Yes.
Okay. On your proposal on the department chairs and changing to the meetings per week instead of the numbers on the committees, we need a little bit more information on that, and as far as how many meetings they've held or anticipate on that. We just need a little bit more information on what that looks like.
Well, from what ours would be team leaders at middle school and PLC, because elementary does not have team leaders, right? But they have PLC leaders, right? Yes. And I think it's the middle school and elementary that this affects the most of the number of meetings. High school doesn't have as many meetings, and so.
Our PLC is cooperative time.
And if we're being completely honest, the number of meetings isn't set by the teachers, it's set by the administrators. So if you need to find that out, that would be.
Well, that's why we,
uh,
again, not knowing how those meetings were set and who decided, like at the high school, does the department head call for the meeting, or does the principal say, hey, department head, you're gonna have a meeting, or those types of things? Because
We would hope for consistency, and our hope in our conversation would be that it would be consistent across buildings, which would be a superintendent directive, because right now it's left at building admin directive. And so it's different from building to building to building.
Because at the high school, I lead Wednesdays because I'm PLC. Sam has nothing to do with what we do on Wednesdays. I lead it. I set the agenda based on what my department has said we want to focus on,
okay, so
and I run it.
that being stated in what Angelique mentioned, because PLC facilitators set in a whole different location in the current NA and are paid even less than these positions are currently paid. Is that also something you're asking for in this proposal?
I felt like we kind of lumped PLC and team lead together.
PLC is currently setting in a
And I
different
didn't even realize that. till
schedule
now.
at $1,500.
Yeah.
So if we're talking about having them included in this proposal and adjusted over to team leads and department heads, then
Oh,
we
here,
need to make sure that we're
right here.
aware of that and consistent with it.
That's because I missed it here. I was thinking this was all.
And I'm glad this discussion is happening, because I would have been thinking of this one way and you would have been thinking of it a different way as far as what the overall impact, because when you start talking about PLC facilitators, and if we're going to increase them up to that same level that the department heads and team leads are, that's going to be a substantial impact because of what we did 2 years ago and had every elementary grade level allowed to start hiring PLC facilitators. I think at the time it cost like $75,000 for us just to hire them. So now if we're going to add $2,000 or $3,000 to every one of those, that's going to be a pretty big increase. And tell me if I'm talking out of turn, but I'm just talking on what I remember as I've worked through some of these things. So.
I don't disagree that PLC leaders and their work has drastically increased for the Wednesday after school stuff. I know that they have here at the middle school as well. But I think if we get into the whole package, this is what our offer is, this is what your offer is, maybe some of these things could be
Okay.
changing.
Yeah.
So.
I just want to make sure I understood what you were asking and if you wanted the PLC leaders included in that conversation. So right now, yes, but we'll look at how it shakes out. Okay.
Yes, and I think the directive from like making it more uniform across the district.
Yeah,
Like one elementary, I've heard this PLC leader has to have this many meetings. Another one is, oh, we only have one every 2 or 3 weeks. So it's just like, kind of.
Just
major
consistency and
Right.
exactly.
Yes.
The major driving force on that is going to be equity. If we've got the expectation that in this building, you're going to be putting in an extra 16 hours throughout the course of the school year, but getting the same pay as the person in this building that's putting in an extra 36 hours per school year. And kind of whether that is leveled out via, the paycheck, or whether that's leveled out via an edict from, from on high, whatever way makes it more equitable is going to be a better option.
okay. Well, that, again, I'm not trying to hijack the middle of this, but there's some key points that as we go through this, it's important we're on the same page, so.
Good to clarify. Absolutely. Okay. Okay, then looking at, talking about collaboration time and adding some time to the day. Here's where we are on that. Our proposal would be to add a 30-minute block of time to the day, okay? That would need to be a 30-minute block, not broke up 15 and 15, to have meaningful time to do the collaboration. It would have to be 30 minutes of tier 2 or tier 3 collaboration. And we would allow for some flexibility based on the building, whether it's before school, after school, whatever works best for that building. The principals would have some flexibility there, and the pay would be at your current rate of pay for the additional 30 minutes of time. Okay. With that, the Article 33 on your extra collaboration time on the Wednesdays, that would go away. That would go away. So this would, in effect, replace that Article number 33 as far as the collaboration time. Okay. On your proposal on the paying the supplemental, or the teachers who teach during their plan time on a contract, we're good with that. We're good with that. We can, I think, TA that, understand that that's makes sense, and that one thing just to clarify is that that's, the administration will determine who's able, who needs to do that, or has to be approved by the administration. But I think that makes sense to us, and building that in on a contract, that's something I think we can tentatively agree to.
Can I circle back to something for clarity?
Yes.
Could you elaborate a bit more on the addition of 30 minutes to the day, where you said either tier 2 or tier 3 collaboration? Like what would be the expectation of that?
So the goal is again, buying time costs money. And we kind of had this conversation at the last meeting about the way that at-risk funds are being adjusted and changed, and how we now have some carryover of at-risk funds currently, knowing that down the road, even those funds could change, or there could be ways where we have to go, okay, so how are we going to cover the cost of this increased time differently? But right now, currently, the proposal is that we would use that time in a manner that could be covered by those funds that we have sitting there available that cannot be used on other things. And so with checking with the State Department on what we were proposing and how our teachers would be collaborating within that time to try to continue to progress with our screener data and our assessment data and continuing to build the momentum as we try to make that student outcome impact, we would be okay with using those funds for a time like that. So literally the naming of the time is important. It will ultimately come down to what our teachers normally naturally do on a day-to-day basis during that time and during their normal collaboration time right now. That makes the impact. So the reason for the naming of the time is because the funds currently going to be used to pay for that time are coming from a certain pot of money. Does that make sense?
So this is teacher collaboration time, or this is
Teacher co-
instructional time at tier 2 and
Teacher
tier 3?
collaboration time to work on, to focus on implementation strategies and different things geared towards student outcomes and student improvement. It is, and again, to John's point, we are willing to give up the last 2 years of Wednesday collaboration time that has already been paid for as part of this proposal. If we can get it embedded consistently in a 30-minute chunk of time during the day. And so that is, again, I know that doesn't help or solve the problem that you said earlier, that we're not interested in even working for our own rate for more time. It's what we have to offer currently. We've already paid some money for some other time that we're willing to pay you for again for the next 2 years at least in this process. So
Okay, on that, what about say your specialist teachers, art, music, science, would they also be doing that? Because they don't typically do tier 2 and tier 3 collaboration. What would their expectation be during that time?
I would disagree that I would say that anybody that's a teacher or a coach or anything should constantly be looking at how to continue to develop strategies for student outcomes and to increase student outcomes. So I don't think it matters which subject area you're in or whether you're a special or not a special. There's always ways there's social emotional factors that can go into tier 2 and tier 3 along with the curriculum pieces that go into tier 2 and tier 3. And just because I'm not teaching ELA or math doesn't mean I don't have students in my courses that need tier 2 and tier 3 supports.
Okay, that's what I was driving at, because I know a lot of the times where I've seen similar things done in the past, everyone is pigeonholed and all of this is geared towards math, towards ELA, and a science or history teacher or a specialist teacher, they don't have very much of anything to do with math, or with ELA, and almost nothing to do with math sometimes, but you're having them kind of work that out. So they would have the flexibility to specialize and make that tier 2 and tier 3 support fit within what it is they actually teach versus just being pigeonholed into math and science.
I don't, again, I'm speaking kind of out of turn. Dr. Springston is our associate soup of curriculum and instruction. So I don't want to speak for him, but I don't know how you would pigeonhole. Like, even under our current structure with Wednesday collaboration time, there is flexibility built in for those people that sit in those other realms to be able to collaborate on the things that are important and needed for those perspectives. And I don't see that changing drastically.
Okay.
I mean, it can't.
The other question I had is, you were talking about it being a trade of one thing for another. The time that you were speaking of that was previously paid for, I'm assuming you're talking about the Wednesday collaboration, okay, which is 1 hour a week. And if we were to do this, then that's 2.5 hours a week. So there's a little bit of deficit spending there.
Well, but again, we're going to pay at the current rate of pay for the new time. We've already paid for the other time. That we had to do that was ESSER dollars. We made 2 payments 2 years in a row to buy 5 years of time. We're willing to let those last 2 years go.
How many of those people are new to the district that would be impacted on that? Because for those people that arrived after those payments that didn't get those payments.
So so next year would be the first group of people that had not been paid for the Wednesday collaboration time through those dollars.
Okay.
We paid this year again because we had some ESSER dollars still left, and they changed, as you know, like things change constantly. And so even though we thought we had to have them all spent by a certain date, then they adjusted the date. And so we were able to come back this year in November and pick up all of the new teachers for this year and pay them out for that time as well. So literally going in the next school year would be the first group of individuals that we would have to sit here and figure out what are we going to do with that Wednesday collaboration time with the new people coming in, so to speak, because those dollars now definitely no longer exist, especially since the new administration at the top won't even let you spend them on what you were supposed to be able to spend them on at the state level right now.
You guys have other questions about?
I did. School choice, meaning that the principals are the ones that are making the choice of whether you're meeting before or after school. Is that correct?
Or the staff?
Or, yes, I was gonna say, or is it
I
the
think it's a
staff?
I think the ultimate goal is collaboratively. They figure out what works the best for the situation. I guess what we don't want to do is sit here and say you have to do this after school, and then you have a group of 5 coaches in a department that would rather do it before school, and they don't even have that option because we said it has to happen after school. Does that make sense? Like it's literally just trying to have some collaborative conversation about when it's obviously it's got to happen before or after school. So instead of putting in writing that it has to happen at one or the other, just allowing some flexibility for the people actually doing it to be able to have some input.
If I'm understanding you correctly, it could potentially be department level.
Yes, that's like, again, I don't think what we're trying to do is veer off of what we've already established over the last 3 years and the momentum that we've seen with the departments and the PLCs and the structures that people are using already in that Wednesday collaboration time. It's just now, can we build it more intentionally into the day, every day, as opposed to once a week, and have that start becoming the reality.
Have you had a discussion regarding school drop-off and pickup, like at the elementary school, where a lot of the time the teachers will be outside before and after school to pick up and drop off, supervise pick up and drop off? Would the expectation be that that's handed off to like ESPs, and then they're doing their collaboration, or has that been discussed?
That is the conversation that we have had up to this point. I haven't fully had the opportunity. I gave this to the building principals a couple weeks ago just to start mulling over, letting them know what we were going to try to ask for so they could start picturing. I haven't gotten a full response back on how that works, but I guess what I can say is there would be limited options other than having other people do those things if needed to make sure that we could get the teachers where they needed to be when they needed to be there to have those meaningful conversations and have them start in a timely manner. Obviously, we've figured how to do that on Wednesday at this point. So surely we can figure out how to do it on those other days as well as we would move forward.
And clarification, you're saying this is not added student contact time. This is just
This is,
Teacher
yes, this
day.
is teacher collaboration time. Again, Yeah, I mean, again, it's literally just looking at what we have built on Wednesday and saying, can we buy this time in 30-minute per day increments and increase the amount of collaboration throughout the week from 1 hour to 2.5 hours and pay a fair price for it.
Other questions?
Okay, all right, okay. Last thing, we had, I think in a previous meeting, you talked about the KEEP evaluation tool, and we were wondering if you had any response on that, what was presented, and if that's something that possibly we can move to a TA on.
Sorry, I was listening over there. Can you restate?
Yeah, on the KEEP tool, changing to the KEEP tool on the evaluation tool, is that something that, I know that was presented, I think, at your last meeting and talked about, is that something that we can move forward with as a TA, or you have questions or other response on that? Or?
You talk to that, because I haven't been here for any of that, but you know my feelings.
I'd say there's a lot of reservations about this, just because we know what it's been like for other districts and how much work that is added to the person who's being evaluated based on the KEEP process. And that's our huge issue, is the amount of work that will be added or could be added.
In our discussions that we had, really the only way that we think we could get it ratified is if there were firm limits to one artifact, one goal, both teachers selected. Admin can offer advice, the teacher would have final discretion. And that we would entertain offers of, if there is an increase in the requirement, or an increase in how much workload that would add to the teachers, that there'd be some sort of a commensurate exchange. And so that's what we would be looking at if we were going to entertain.
Okay.
Can I circle back one more question on the additional 30 minutes? Well, I shouldn't say one, really like 1,000. Okay, but one on the sticky note is, at the elementary school currently, they do PLCs like 1 day a week with the principal. Would that change and they now not do that because you had like a combined time, right? Like where the specials are back to back, and they would meet with the principal on those.
Can I have that sticky note?
Yeah, well, it doesn't really say that. It just says all teachers meet with the principal, but I mean,
I will have to add, and again, I'm not going to sit here and pretend to be the expert on elementary school, especially. I've never worked in one, unfortunately, but I will talk to Amy, and she's excellent with getting with her people and making sure that we can get a clear response. So you basically want to know how or if that's going to change the way you currently operate with your PLCs.
Right.
Okay.
So that would be the elementary question. Then I was going to piggyback on a personal note for the middle school.
Okay.
We do PLCs on Mondays during the day, and then on Wednesdays after school. And you've already addressed the Wednesday after school part, but the Monday during the day, would that revert back to team time? Because
Good question. 'Cause
currently Monday PLC takes place during team time. So if we're doing PLC every day for 30 minutes, we probably don't need that additional time on Mondays. If it reverts back to team time, then we're again going back to adding more to the team leader, because you're now leading team instead of 4 days a week, you're now doing 5.
So yeah,
Just
I'll get
info.
some clarification probably at all 3 levels as to what that looks like with current structures, and if those current structures would change. And again, principals have been thinking about this. We gave it to them to start thinking about, but I haven't had I haven't followed up to find out kind of what they're thinking. So what I'm thinking right now is I may reach out to a few of them and see if they can just be here on Monday as consultants to answer some of these things if they still exist. So.
Other question? That good?
Again, circling back to the keep thing, I would think that without concessions, it would be a pass on keep.
We will consider, I think we can work on a couple of those. I'm not sure. There's a lot of subjectivity to that last thing that you said, so I just don't know how, because we've heard stories on both sides of the equation, and they're drastically different, even within these negotiations meetings. I mean, so I just don't know where you would ever figure out who would be and who wouldn't be compensated for extra time and how to justify that between people. So on the artifacts and the goals and things like that, I think, yeah, there's things that could be done there because it's pretty cut and dry as to what the expectation would be. But to have somebody who doesn't pay attention to the notes that are sent out or the instructions or all of those things, and then say it takes me 3 hours to upload an artifact when it took somebody else 30 seconds, how do you even go down that rabbit trail? So.
With a good dog.
Okay.
So just so that I'm clear, the board wants to add 30 minutes of PLC time, which would increase our hours and amount of work from 6 hours and 40 minutes to 7 hours and 10 minutes, still at the 183 days.
Yes.
And you're willing to do that increase in 30 minutes at the contracted hourly rate currently? Okay, just making sure. Got it. That's all plugged in, ready.
All right. Okay. With that, if you have something that you want to present to us.
Yeah, we have an offer ready.
we would entertain that at this time.
Let's go.
All right. So we're going to counter your guys' offer with a base salary of $56,650 and no added time. We're going to add to the supplemental salary as presented with the credit given. And you guys already agreed to that we could probably agree to the contract for teachers on plan or 0 hour, not on a timesheet.
Yes.
We'd like to add the leave language as we presented, or I think that would be something that we would take back to our caucus and possibly alter a little. But also put in our negotiated agreement, in our calendar committee area, the reoccurring holidays that we already have set on our calendar, and add President's Day back in. Remove our 2-hour PD days for work days and make them just work days. And then change the language for the sole approval responsibility for final adoption to shared responsibility on the calendar language, page 11.
What was the?
Can you go through, you went way faster.
I
than
can
we did.
slow down. She's ready.
I can't even write that fast.
Okay, so the first is 56,650 on the base, as base with no added time.
So you're saying just change the base and let it filter all the way across the salary schedule that Andrea shared with Hammer?
Yes.
Thank you. Second thing was possibility for further discussion on what we proposed as leave.
Yes.
Okay.
Our supplemental salary, add the presented increase for longevity and a change to the team lead and the PLC money, sorry.
And that would include moving the PLC facilitators over there with the team leads and department heads at the same rates.
Yeah.
Okay.
We already agreed about the contract language for Plan and Zero. For our calendar on page 10, put in the reoccurring holidays we currently have and add President's Day into it. Page 11, remove the word solely responsible and put shared responsible or shared instead for the final adoption of the calendar. And remove the 2-hour PDs on our work days and make them just work days. Did I get everything?
I think so.
Just on the leave time, just clarify what you're saying on that as.
So as presented, adding the 150 days donated by the district, allowing for the December call for days, special call for days to go away, but keeping the May, adding the changes to page 47 where we put 50, 75, and 100, and changing our personal leave and the separation of the personal and the sick. That's the words. And changing our compensation of the buyback for the retirement to 125 from the 75. Did I miss anything on the leave?
So if I understand it correctly, other than the base salary piece, which is a new proposal, you will accept everything that we conceded, but still want everything that you originally presented on the rest of those topics.
Actually, I don't think we're asking for everything, but we are asking to have some things rectified that have been changed without negotiations and asking for other language to be added. Just to make sure that it doesn't change that, because it's not the original calendar committee change that we asked for. It's just one word change and then putting in the dates of the holiday already so that they're clearly seen as what holiday dates are there.
But it includes reinserting President's Day,
Yes,
which was the original request, right?
that was just one of those requests, yes.
So then if there's any change to holidays, it would have to be negotiated,
Correct.
Correct.
and the DCNDA would have to approve the calendar.
We would have to not necessarily be approving the calendar, but it wouldn't be the sole responsibility of the district. That way, if there was a change to, like, the district would like to remove a day of a holiday, then we could come back and say, yes, we'll negotiate that and that kind of thing.
The whole point behind that is that we don't want a situation where the district would come in and say, you know what, we're going to take away one of your PD days and we're going to make it a student contact day. and then the teachers don't have enough PD to even get their PD points for the year. Or a situation where you're taking away a workday, or where you're taking away a holiday and using we have the strict discretion to make a calendar. It's our view that is not a fair point. And we'd like some sort of a protection mechanism to ensure that those things that should be bargained are bargained.
Okay. Well, so basically, really no change from what you presented earlier then.
Well, I think we would have to go and caucus on some of the language you presented for the leave before we say it's final.
It is
It is
a major change from what we had initially presented. And you weren't here when we had initially presented it. It was like a big document with calendar committee with all sorts of new language, striking out parts, adding in new parts. This is dramatically reduced based on the feedback that we got from you and from Lori.
Anything else that you have?
Can we caucus on your language and you guys want to caucus and then come back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, we're going to end up back here at some point. I mean, now getting these numbers and knowing what we're already looking at with that supplemental salary schedule and things, there's absolutely no way we can figure out a final proposal in the next 20 minutes. So I would honestly say it'd probably be best for us to just recess completely and come back on Monday when we have that next scheduled meeting. And then we have plenty of time to discuss these things within our own teams and hopefully Monday be able to have that final conversation about where we're at with things.
I think,
I mean, I can't imagine, I know what $1,000 did to that schedule last year. I can't imagine
So I can
what
tell you.
$6,650 or $7,650
It's a
is.
16% raise for no additional increase in work time. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know how you're gonna sustain it.
And that doesn't even include
No.
the increase of tying the base. So if, like right now, we could go, can you go to that sheet, please? Because mine doesn't work. Type 56,650 into that cell.
It's $4.2 million, it's right at 16% raise.
No.
That's
I'm talking about the supplemental.
Oh, I'm
That doesn't even include this. So what happens to those cells on there when you type 56,650 into there? Just as a general idea.
So like the director of bands.
here, I can download it and put it back in.
Well, I guess in simple
looks
terms,
like
it would also increase the cost of that schedule 16% too, is basically what it would do.
Yeah, Carl Potter would do it.
In simple terms, yeah.
Yeah.
Increase the cost.
It looks like on that director of bands, it goes from 10,343 to 11,309. I
Okay.
think is what I saw.
11,309, yeah.
So about $1,000.
Well, from this year, it would be $2,000 because we got to look at the impact currently to the impact next year. And what Johnny's number showed was not the current value. It was what the projected value would be at the CPI. Current value is actually $9,000 for that position. Okay.
We said we didn't know where you were and
Oh, no,
someone threw out 4.5 and
Yes.
if it's there, I'm going for it.
Well, and I
So,
don't
you
blame
know,
you for that. That's fair. The difference is on the pool of money that it comes out of and what it's used for. I mean, it can't be used for just anything.
I mean, we're here to negotiate.
Yeah,
That
no,
number
I
was
get it.
thrown out, so we
No,
put
we-
it on there. Go
and again,
for it.
that's why.
I
the-
figure that's exactly where it
That's why your question on the time and why did you call it this and that's all important pieces to the overall puzzle when it comes to how we're trying to get that time bought back. And it can't be used for just anything, unfortunately. I mean, again, if we had just a pot of money that could be spent on anything, then we could have a different conversation about it, but we don't.
So if I'm understanding correctly, the 4.5 that you were initially thinking about, that was all money that was married to certain
Every bit of
programs.
that money was gonna come out of our Fund 21, which is at risk.
Okay, and then,
That doesn't mean we don't have others for other things, but that's very specific on what it could be used for. And again, we were trying to pay for time. You're not offering time, so why would we pay for something that doesn't have any time associated with it?
can we take a quick 10, because I feel like there is room for conversation here. And can we take a quick break? Say maybe 5-10 minutes. Understanding what it is you're wanting to do and why you're wanting to do it does make a difference.
You wanna mute them?
And I am gonna do this. All right, we're live again.
Okay.
Well, we appreciate you guys giving us that time. And then I'm gonna have a rainbow on my finger. Okay.
Find your notes.
All right, I'll start with the leave stuff first. You guys are going to continue to look at the retirement numbers to see if we can change those percentages. Is where we kind of left. We would be okay accepting the 50% credit for teachers who left and the auto rollover. One thing we would like to see, maybe just to help streamline the process, is change this to, do we look at changing to you have to donate in August? I don't know.
I like that. We had that thought, we're going to bring it up because really what we're trying to make sure is that there doesn't have to be 2 calls for days in the same year. That would be messy. It wouldn't be good for the board.
Right.
It won't be good for the teachers. We had that conversation. So with this dual, I think it would be best if in order to participate that year, you had to donate a day in August. The board puts in their days, the teachers put in their days, we make it through that year and see where we're at.
I would recommend leaving it open just in case the bank gets exhausted for a call for days.
Yes. Oh, it would still be there, but we know after seeing this operate for 2 years, we should be pretty safe with what's being requested. Fair?
Yeah, so
Between the
we'll-
two, and again, that puts a little, it's gonna be about half and half probably, or the teachers will probably have a few more days added than the board will at this point. And so it's still accomplishing what the original intention was, where there's a little bit of skin in the game from both sides.
So you're okay with for the 50% credit for the teachers who left and also the teachers who were at 105?
At max,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
It would auto roll.
Okay.
And again, all that really means
That's
is,
really more just on your side,
Yes.
because
well, all that really means is you're not gonna get double credit for those people. You're really gonna get half credit for those people. Only half of those days are gonna go back in the bank. Because the board is getting credit towards that 150 on the other half of
however
them.
you mathematically do it on your side.
Yeah. All you need to know is the board's gonna put in 150 days, one way or the other, is what it amounts to.
Okay, then the retirement, you guys are still gonna be looking on the split between 5 and 7. We have that coming back as part of another part of our second proposal, so we're gonna come back to that.
Okay.
So that was my leave part. Next.
Okay, all right.
Oh, you wanna go just right there?
Or which one?
Oh, you were writing, not me.
And I can't read my own writing. Let me say this one.
Okay, you want me just to go?
Right here.
This one?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so we're willing to come back and say that our base, we'd like it to be 52,500. But we are willing to add 20 minutes a day, no Fridays. And
That would
that's,
bring our contract day to 7 hours.
Mhm.
That would not increase the instructional day. Instructional day would still be 6 hours and 40 minutes. Contract day or duty day would be an even 7 hours, except for on Fridays. Fridays where we are working would still be 6 hours and 40 minutes. So that would be, if my calculations are right, an additional 49 hours added to the contract.
so that,
2,940 minutes, which is 49 hours, which is the equivalent of 7 work days.
Are you gonna put that into minutes?
she's getting it, yep.
Take them.
And with that you,
Okay, so since we're adding the equivalent of 7 work days, we would request the addition of 2 additional days to be added. So instead of the current 5-7 split, we would do an even 7-7 split, so a total of 14 days. And we would also like to make sure that with this added 20 minutes, that we have some strong language. I know there were questions, we were getting a lot already on our phones and everything else during this initial talk, that it be added either, I know you said you want there to be some flexibility, whether it's morning or whether it's afternoon, but Sarah at the high school is gonna have a lot bigger PLC group to meet with, so how do we find the balance of, is it morning or is it afternoon for your PLC group of how many, 13 or 15? 15 versus my PLC group of 2, because it's
Across
just me
3
and one other person. So there's some concern there that it's consistently done, because at the high school, 15 people, there's no way they're all going to agree on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and honestly, appreciate the fact that you're thinking of that already down that far down the road, because that's the same concern the board would have, is the consistency of things operating.
And like at an elementary school, if you've got your 3rd grade group, maybe they can all agree, hey, we're moms, we're gonna get daycare drop off done in the morning and we're just gonna stay after school for that time. And that may work great for them, but it's different when you're dealing with bigger departments. And so just making sure that that's equitable, that everybody is, if we're truly adding 20 minutes, that everybody is.
And I would say at the high school, the core departments, the 4 cores, we are all averaging probably 15 to,
To meeting.
and then,
Averaging 15 as
In the
members.
department.
numbers,
People,
okay.
yes.
yeah, and then like in social studies, we have SLIFE people as well. So BJ is technically SLIFE, ESOL, but he's social studies.
And isn't there a
So,
science person in,
and there's a science
SLIFE as
person
well?
as well. And then special education has been meeting once a month with their core people. So it would be logistically interesting.
So,
So I don't know if that means we I know with Wednesday sports practice was pushed off, and so that all of the coaches could be, I don't know what it looks like. I don't know. This is a tag. it's
well,
back
and
to
again,
you.
that's why the strong language is important, because to your point earlier, it needs to be, it almost needs to be a directive from above as to this is the expectation. So we will, and again, that's something that we may have to work on. Honestly, just from the conversations we had and where we were at, my concern with the counter proposal at 20 minutes is by the time everybody gets there, gets situated, gets moving on things, you're already down to 15 or 10 minutes and we want it to be meaningful, and we want to make sure that there's time to make that impact and have that conversation. And so we'll have to go back and rediscuss, but my biggest concern is dropping below the 30 minutes of time right now. Because it's just got to be a large enough block of time. Like if we were just going to say we're extending the duty day and we would like you to be there 10 minutes before and 10 minutes after or something like that, then I think that would be manageable in smaller blocks of time. But when you start talking about collaboration and what it takes to collaborate, 30 minutes is going to go by like that. I just don't believe we get the impact with 20 minutes that we need to have with that time.
along with that, we're willing to say, tie the supplemental to our base and skip the longevity at this time and hopefully revisit that another day? As in another year, maybe?
What we had discussed was to do your, to put in the agreement that we would do your survey that you talked
Yes.
about and the evaluation on what it would cost and have that available for the next bargain.
That way we know the impact a little bit better.
So we would kind of place everybody at year 0 on that salary schedule for this year, and then next year revisit. And if we can add the longevity piece.
Which becomes a lot simpler from that perspective. Again, still have some concerns, and we can discuss more after we get finished. But still have some concerns about tying it to the base and becomes very difficult to budget for those things every year, knowing that when that base increases, it's going to move all of those numbers as well. And I guess just from the superintendent's perspective moving forward, we have been operating very well financially for a while in this district, and we don't know how that's going to play out with the new school funding formula and some other things that are going on. Want to make sure that you're okay as a teaching organization, knowing that as that number that you have to place across the salary schedule is there, it's going to have a greater impact on those people that have the supplementals than it would on everyone else that's on that salary schedule. And so again, where that money is placed is ultimately up to you, and we support that, but we want to make sure that the money we're able to give to the teachers makes the biggest impact it possibly can. And by tying that to a percentage of the base, it's naturally going to take a larger pool of that money than is currently in those stipends and increase it every year. And then a larger piece of that pie is going to have to go towards that supplemental salary contract every single year, which is going to pull more and more away from the normal salary schedule.
But
And again,
in
I'm,
all fairness, I think that also kind of honors your coaches of, hey, your time is worth something. I know-
believe me, from my perspective, I'm like, yes.
So I get that, but maybe we get to the point where we're doing this just like we're doing the teacher spreadsheet. And so as you throw out numbers, we can be like, okay, we need to do it on both of these so that we can
Well, you-
really be talking the same
Yes.
language when we're here at the table.
And that's what I'm saying. That's where you would be headed with that, is because that big number would be going to both of those places. And I just want to make sure that we're on the same page with that. Okay.
And we would say that since we would be adding time to the day that our Wednesday collaboration days would be done, that would just be no longer.
If it was 30 minutes.
We're at 20.
That's
And
what we
then-
offered, 30 minutes.
20. We like around
We
seven.
might have to go to an hour on Wednesday then.
I'm
We'll
really
go back to 6:40.
really saying, I mean, we're basing our 20 minutes off of the survey data and seeing that was the highest that people were willing to go. And then removing the 2-hour PDs on our work days. Did I miss anything? Oh, and adding the language about our reoccurring holidays and adding President's Day into the calendar.
Say again, the reoccurring calendar.
Putting in our calendar committee language, the reoccurring holidays plus the President's Day added back in as one of our reoccurring holidays, so that what's on the 25, 26 calendar as holidays is also the same considered holidays. So like, we can't take one away.
So like at the bottom of page 10 where it says the committee shall make recommendations, and then it's talking about what needs to be included in those recommendations, to just have as an added sentence what those holidays are. So say, for example, it's Christmas
Right.
break will consist of X amount of days.
It's
Fall
actually
break
page
will
11.
Right. And so, oh yeah, I guess it is page 11, but to identify what those days are. And there needs to be some wiggle room, we understand, because Christmas may fall on a Wednesday one year, and then the next year it's gonna fall on a Monday, and that's gonna change that. So to make sure that there is that flexibility, but also to make sure that, that whatever dates that are there are protected.
So you're dropping the mutual consent on the calendar, just to clarify.
I mean,
We don't want to, but if that's what it took to get the protected holidays, then it's worth a discussion.
And so with, and I apologize, I was typing a note to myself, but
Fired.
thank you.
I know with him, so.
Did that list of holidays include President's Day or not include President's Day?
Yes.
yes, it would be added as a holiday.
And so is there any willingness to make, so that would be losing student contact time?
One day. What
And
it
so
was
is there any concession to making that student, again, we're here for a reason, and those students are the reason, and we have made it a focus as a district to try not, both sides, to try not to interrupt student contact time. That was our main concern with the original proposal, which is why we tried to swap it with another day that was already there. Is
And
there any,
the reason we didn't discuss that is because over the last 3 years, there has been a drop of one of the holiday days, and we're trying to get
Three
it back.
holidays.
Well, total of 3 holiday days.
Total of 3 since 2021 to 2025 calendar. There's 3 holiday days and we're down 3 professional development days total that were in the 2021 calendar that are no longer in, that are now student
And again,
contact days.
as I've
And
said
this is
many
an attempt
times,
to make whole.
I
not-
wasn't here then. All I can control is where we are
Right.
now
But
and
that's
make
One of
decisions
the reasons.
in the best interest moving forward. So I get it.
And
But-
this is an attempt to bring that back, but not all the way. Like, we're not even asking to go all the way to what it was.
I get you. Okay, thank you.
Did I have anything else that I needed to do?
To his point about the addition of a student contact day, is that something you would be open to if it was funded?
We already did it.
So, okay.
Did we have anything else? Did I miss anything? Oh, yeah, yeah. No. Yeah. Did I miss anything? Yes, yes.
Because I didn't want that here.
Okay. So, anything else? Is that everything she had?
Just double checking. I believe that is beyond the agreement about the contract zero plan and the current leave that we just talked about. I believe that's all. And just a point, like the base or the coaches haven't had a raise since on that supplemental, as a supplemental since 2021. Is that, does anybody know when the last time that was done? I think that's what Johnny said.
Johnny
So I
says one
remember-
raise in at least 12 years.
That's, yes, okay. So,
So
and
what I
that's
do remember is when I moved into my position that we were going through a 2-year cycle because the entire supplemental salary schedule was reconfigured. And Jay Gifford and Sean Steiner ran a 2-year research project and got, I think he said 20 some different districts and how those supplementals were currently being paid at the time, and used 4 different criteria, I believe, in that process to reset the entire salary schedule to where it was more competitive and more meaningful across the board. Some positions saw increases at that time, more so than others, because it was more of a market adjustment to where the market was than it was raises or not raises, so to speak. So as of that year, I know it was a 2-year roll-in, and I actually came on board as that second year was rolling in, because the coaches and everybody went the activities went 1 year, and then the coaches and everybody else came on the second year.
I think it was flop, but.
So literally that entire, I know that entire new supplemental salary schedule has only been in effect for 2 years total. And now we're talking about, I've only been in my position 4.
It was
Maximum
3 or 4.
3 years. Maximum 3. Because I've only been in this position 4. And so now we're talking about completely redoing it again. But again, the raise piece I get, like it makes sense. Like, yes, those were set as hard numbers for a reason, because if you all remember, the reason that whole project even took place is because you used to have to go through 3 different pages in the negotiated agreement to figure out what somebody was going to make for certain supplementals, because it was all tied to the base. There was a base rate for supplementals. So very similar to what we're talking about doing here and tying it to just the negotiated salary schedule base. There used to be a supplemental base that was like 35,750 or something like that. And all of those numbers were percentages of that number. And it wasn't well kept over the years. So it caused you to have to jump around to find out how to get to that final number. If it's done in a more meaningful manner, like this one looks to be, it could be a lot more manageable than it was before it was changed. But again, we're here to try to figure out how. I actually personally liked the longevity piece. I really think there's a lot of merit to somebody having some experience in those coaching realms, and that brings up to a certain point, that brings some meaningful benefits to it, to the position.
Well, based on the conversation we had previously, we were of the understanding that with doing some of the other things, you wouldn't be able to do both.
I get you. But again, if we're just giving, like, I guess from my perspective, if we're going to give raises, let's reward them for being there and doing a good job.
Well, I think competitive, you mentioned competitive. I know that several area around us, they have raised their base supplemental pays in the last 4 years. So that's what we're at least looking to do, and that's why we're wanting to tie it to the base rate, is because then it does help in
If you
that way.
can't, because it's been a while for those people in those positions, that they've had pay raises for those positions. If you can't tie it to match the base, is there a middle point that you can do?
Yeah,
You
and
could
that,
have a
again,
supplemental base you could use to work from. I mean, that would be a possibility.
So
Sorry, I
yes,
didn't mean to-
no, you're good. And I apologize. Like, I know we hire them to speak for us, and then I end up speaking all the time. It's just, I've been around it for that long that I kind of understand how we got to where we're at. So anything else on that perspective?
Okay, where do you think we are now?
Yeah, I'll just say that if you're hard on the 20 minutes, then we're probably not as close as I would like to be. that's really honestly one of the biggest sticking points. And there's many other things in there that I believe could be ironed out. We could come to some different concessions. We would, again, I can assure you that the calendar is a huge sticking piece. I mean, yes, I do believe there needs to be collaboration and there needs to be consideration for those things, but the board sets the calendar, and that's, I mean, giving up the authority to do so is not something that we're considering putting in a negotiated contract.
So am I understanding to say that you feel like us asking to have the days off that are already in there plus President's Day is taking the board's rights away?
No,
Because
it's the piece on the shared consideration. Yeah, and so if that's off the table, then we go back to the piece on student contact time. And again, I can't change how we got from 2021 to 2024, 25. But what I can do is make sure we don't go backwards on student contact time right now. And the board is not going to give up student contact time.
I know nobody can go back in time, but when we can point out that there is from 6 days to 4 days on professional development, from 20 holidays to 17 holidays, and we're asking for one of those back. That's where I'm like,
We're not sure, again, those were negotiated back then.
I can
mean,
say
there was.
I can say that there
could have
were
been-
that.
There could have been some negotiations.
Oh, I was sitting at the negotiations table for one of the calendars where that was not talked about. The PD day was not talked about. We were told we could not discuss that. So
Again,
that's the only reason why I feel like that's important.
Okay.
Well, not the only. That's a reason.
So, you said that those are the sticking points. Do you have a counter?
Yeah, we can. I don't have one right off. I mean, there's a few pieces that I will need to put some thought to and really see to what level are we willing to make some concessions to try to make this thing work. And I would ask that you do the same thing, especially on the 20 minutes piece. And again, we have another one scheduled for Monday evening. So I would ask for the ability to take what we've discussed up to this point and adjourn this session and come back with the thought process that hopefully we have numbers ironed out, we know where we're at, and we can possibly finish this thing up.
We'd like to, go ahead. Sorry.
I don't
It's been a long day.
So you're saying 20 minutes isn't enough. Our people are saying we would pass nothing over 20 minutes. So we're trying to honor the feedback that we've been given from our people. And one thing I think that we did talk about after lunch was that there would have to be significant money if it was over 20. And significant being more than the offer of 52.5, because 52.5 keeps our hourly rate at only about a 60-cent increase in hourly rate.
If we had it, 30 minutes.
For for 30 minutes, it would actually be, let me backpedal a little bit. For the 30 minutes at 183 days, 52.5 would be you're asking teachers to go from an hourly rate on the base at $40.37 an hour to $40.03 an hour. So you're asking teachers to take a 34-cent an hour pay cut.
So I guess I may not be understand. I do understand what you proposed back on the base. The proposal that we made was to pay those people at their current rate for that 30 minutes. So it would be hard to say how that's tied to this number, because our intention is to pay them equally. That, like, if your rate was this, then that's what we're going to pay you for that 30 minutes of time, is that same rate that you're currently earning.
Okay, so I guess you're asking us to want to come back seriously on Monday night. And so I'm just wanting to make sure that we can seriously take back numbers to our people and say, would you do this for this? But I feel like we're kind of just wishy-washy, like you're not landing on a number for us to take back to our people.
Because it's going to be different for every single person, unfortunately. I mean, like, if we say, no matter where the actual salary schedule ends up, wherever Andrea ends up. So we're going to take master's plus 30 at 20 years. We're going to find that number. We're going to divide it by 83, divide it by your current rate, and we're going to pay you that current rate. That's why it's hard to.
So you're not wanting to give us a raise, you're just wanting to add 30 minutes to our time and keep
No.
the same
We're
rate
gonna,
as we
no,
have.
no, 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 no.
That's what I'm really trying to get
That
at.
piece is, but that's the piece that we've been negotiating, is just paying for the extra 30 minutes of time. We haven't even started having a discussion about the other piece of adding dollars to the base. That is two different.
We've been working on the
We've
assumption
been
this whole
working on
time
it's
that
a
that's a
package deal.
combination package deal. So
That's
that
what you said
wasn't
before lunch.
made very.
And so I'm glad you're asking. I'm glad we're getting some clarification. But no, we look at these things as we want to pay you fairly for this 30 minutes of time based on what you're currently making. We know that in order to get time, we've got to be willing to pay a fair market value for that time. The money on the base is a completely different conversation that doesn't have to be tied to the same the stringency of what we're using that first piece for. Just as a general thought, in order for us to buy that 30 minutes of time, it would cost somewhere around $2.3 million.
Okay, and are you, because you keep going back to each person at their hourly rate, are you supposing that this is going to be like a clock in, clock out thing?
No,
So
absolutely.
it would have
It's
to
going to be
added
on the
to
contract,
right? Yeah.
but not necessarily added on the salary schedule.
Well,
Because that would cause it to it would exponentially increase the amount of dollars added into the salary schedule.
So
And we don't want to create something that's not sustainable
you
long term.
almost like it's on the special salary schedule, or it's even a section, .E, .F, or whatever, and it's a separate line that says that employees in the district will blah, blah, blah.
Yes, and it's
Okay.
part of the contract, and it's part of it's part of everything about the contract, except for it's not baked straight into the salary schedule. Because again, putting that type of money directly into that current salary schedule is not sustainable. It won't work.
So is it, based on that, and you're the money guy, is it unreasonable to say, then we sign on for and again, I'm not speaking for them, I'm asking the question.
Yeah, no.
If we were to add that 30 minutes a day for those 4 days a week and get a cost of living adjustment added to the base on the salary schedule, is that in the realm of possibility?
I believe I understand what you're saying, and the answer to that would be yes. and sorry for the confusion, but part of it is because it's this extra time for collaboration or whatever you want to call it, does come out of a unique special budget where, a bucket, I'm sorry, fund, where there is a balance. And the reality is that fund has been restricted on how we can use it, and they've tightened it up every year. So we used to pay a higher percentage of teacher salaries out of that fund, and now we can't do that anymore. So we have a balance over here. If we use it that way, we can use that bucket of money for that. The reality is, if the weightings change, probably 2 years from now, there will be a change in the school funding formula, and it will probably impact this district significantly. So if you build yourself and paint yourself into a corner, then it's going to be harder to make a change in that. So if you pay for it separately and it shows up on your contract separately, and you get in tough times, then you can negotiate just that piece, and you don't have to go rework your entire base pay because of that. I mean, probably you're negotiating the collaboration itself, but you've got funding that's specifically for that, so those two will be in lockstep together and allow for easier negotiation.
This whole time, we've been negotiating it all as one,
Well,
on the understanding that it's that, that big package, and we were thinking that it was an all or nothing proposition. Knowing that those are separate pieces does make a big difference.
Well, I apologize for lacking clarity
However,
as we discussed that.
I'm sorry. The thought just came, you were saying painting ourselves into a corner with the budgeting if we put it on the salary, but if we put 30 minutes into our negotiated agreement and 2 years down the road, they change that funding and now we can't do that, now we're not paying teachers for their time.
well, you're right in that respect. However, that 30 minutes is used in collaboration, so it's defined easy enough from the workday, so it is hours and amounts of time, not
Yeah,
saying that at all.
and we would
But it's
be,
easy to attack that part of it because that part of the funding is going away. So obviously you're in a position to say, well, if you can't pay us for collaboration, or you can only pay us half of whatever, then it's much easier to work that out. Because I don't know how it's going to change. I guarantee you it'll change.
all right, I'm thinking we don't want to paint ourselves into the corner, but this is exactly what we're doing with the pay. If you're saying we're going to pay everybody at their hourly rate for what this is, but then are we painting ourselves into that corner of doing it for that same hourly rate in 2025 and not adjusting it if you say we're not putting this through the salary schedule?
yes, but the potential for us to, again, the goal is we want to use this pot of money currently. If we get to 2027 and they change that formula, because this will be in the negotiated agreement and will impact hours and amounts of work, we either have to come to this table and renegotiate that particular provision to do away with the minutes and the pay, or we got to find a way as a district to pay it out of different funds, is basically what happens. What I don't want to see happen is it becomes part of the salary schedule. It cannot be attacked individually like we're talking about. And now, instead of removing that 30 minutes of time or that pay for that 30 minutes of time, now we're talking about a RIF because we can't afford our salary. We can't afford our salary schedule. And now we have to let people go because we either have to redo our entire salary schedule or find other ways to save money. That's what we're talking about from the HR perspective of painting into a corner. Because when that salary schedule, when we talk about unsustainable, it means that it's going to grow so fast that we might not be able to pay all of the salaries that are embedded in it. And I think we would all agree, well, and the facts would say, that we have one of the best salary schedules in this entire state and possibly in this entire region. And we just do not want that thing to get out. We want to pay people for their time, and we want to pay people fairly for their time. But we also want to do it in a way that if we fell on hard times, there would be individual ways to renegotiate pieces without destroying the whole situation.
I mean, I guess, so since I was not understanding and not mapping correctly, we need a proposal from you guys, like one that we can actually look at
Okay.
and see, and because we were calculating all of this based on,
Together.
it's gonna go into
Okay.
the salary schedule
Gotcha.
And
and,
so if we're gonna repoll the body to see what is ratifiable, and if you guys are firm on that 30 minutes, we wanna know, what we're gonna say. Does this meet your measure of,
Above and beyond, so to
sustainability?
speak. Okay. Okay.
Because
It's
I mean,
coming.
we have an obligation that anything that we take to them, we have to feel it's ratifiable. We can't say, don't vote for it. So we
I
wanna
get
make
it.
sure we're taking something good to them.
Right.
Thank you for asking that last question, because that's kind of where this clarity came from.
I'm sorry, it was just like, we're not thinking the same.
I'm glad you
Yeah.
recognize that, because we would have walked away from here and came back on Monday and been this far apart.
So, on Monday, we can come back with some ideas. If you can come back with a proposal, and then maybe we can find a way to meet in the middle.
Hammer will come back with a proposal.
Yep, we will.
I would like to suggest if we are going to adjourn until Monday, let's set another date so we have it right away, just in case. And I know we don't love Fridays, but Friday the 13th after Summer Institute would be probably the easiest for several. It's Flag Day. Are you okay?
Yeah. That's not me.
You have to have two calendars. Thank you.
Well,
That would be a day where we could spend some more time and we could probably get, I feel like maybe.
so we're on for Monday afternoon, evening, right at 3:30?
Yeah,
Yeah.
And then it would be the Friday of the next week.
yes.
What
I
time?
have 3 to 7 on Monday. Is that what you have?
I have 3:30 on my calendar.
Friday would be everything, just.
I have 3:30 on my calendar. Yeah.
Okay.
I
just
I
wanted
believe
to
it's
know.
3:30 is what I have.
For
I'm making that
negotiations,
adjustment.
yes.
Because
On
we
the-
have the,
What time were you proposing on Friday the 13th?
Starting like 9:30 again so that we can get going early.
Yeah, hopefully we won't need it.
That's right.
All right, is you guys' calendar
I
okay for
can
that?
make- Yeah, I can make that work on Friday the 13th currently.
Well, it could be an interesting.
because I'm the only person on our side who can't.
It's easier to have it set and cancel it because we don't need it than it is to try to set it after the fact. And then we can go ahead and do again.
I'm a busy person.
Thank you. And I guess, Tara, will you check to see if we can be back in the district office on the 13th? I think we're back in the district office on Monday, right?
That's what the invite says.
You guys got kicked out?
There's just a lot of,
Yeah,
there was
there's a
already
lot of
meetings
stuff
and everything
right covered.
scheduled in all the rooms before we
Yeah,
asked.
before we set our
so-
dates.
That's what I'm trying.
Melissa says she can do the 13th.
Perfect.
Yes, the boardroom on Monday at the district office.
So normally what we'll do is Tara will reach out and we'll set a meeting for all of us to try to get together. It'll be quick this time since it's Wednesday already, so maybe Thursday, tomorrow or Friday, we can just get prepared for Monday. So,
I'll send them an email and see what everyone's availability is.
because I don't like sitting here
And
after
we
we've
can
already done this for 8
my-
hours and try to
Notes
do
with
it some
you
more.
with through school email.
did you put them into our DC, not DC, our negotiations file? I mean,
It is in the
Google Drive.
DC and Google Drive.
okay, I will, because Sarah was taking notes for us, Jason, I will go back in and paste in the information, and then we'll put the green agreement on our contract for zero, and we'll have to confirm
On
the
some of the
language
leave
on the
stuff, we're
leave
good.
stuff, yes.
And I feel like there was one other thing that we had to.
The teaching of one time.
Yeah, we got the TA for that.
What did you think about the codifying the holidays? Or do you want to wait on that?
Because
We'll talk about
that currently includes the adding of a holiday, so. Are you open to codifying the ones that are currently on the calendar without the adding of one?
That's you.
We'll discuss that on
Okay.
Monday.
Thank you.
Okay.
Language.
All right.
It's probably good.
Yeah, I think it will.
Nope, wrong mouse.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks for the watermelon. Yes,
You're welcome.
the best watermelon I've had in a long time.
Really?
Yes.
I'll tell my dad because he didn't think it was very good.
Oh my gosh.
I was like,
It was good.
There is.
I thought it was pretty good, so-
Yes.
I put it over there. We need to stop the Zoom.
Yes.
All right. Thanks, team.
Safe travels, John.